it was not clear on whether you still needed the two teams. I mean, the other team from NARIGP, because it was...
No, I thought
Flagship.
it was here. I had joined the session.
Okay.
There
It
was
was the
no
same
communication
Okay, so they are within.
to that
They can come.
effect. Yeah, they should be ushered in.
Okay.
Have you reached to the other lady, Bonasio?
Yes, Chair. In fact, I got the information from her that she received the summons yesterday through my secretary, but she was not around. So I've told her to appear, but she's saying that she has responded to the clerk. How responded? Yeah.
Okay, honorable members, you realize that with us, we don't have the team from NARIGP. And, oh, okay, they're in. Okay, honorable members, I wish to welcome you all for this afternoon session, which is now the second session of today's engagement. And I wish to state that we shall just take over from where we left. So maybe I will invite the honorable members to continue with the concerns that the ad hoc committee wish to be clarified by the team from agriculture. So honorable members, the floor is open. Honorable Tarbi,
Thank you, Chair. Chair, because we had some gray areas in the morning, we had two groups that had similar names in two different words, and we could not ascertain whether it was an error in terms of typing or so. Maybe you could direct the NARIGP team if we can be provided of details of those groups that were funded, and maybe their officials, maybe one or two official leaders, and their contacts for us to check up with them on one or two issues, Chair. So I think that would be in order to have maybe the officials of those groups and their contact persons.
Okay, Honorable Mosbey, the issue that you raised is that I thought we had agreed in the morning that the team from NARIC will furnish us with the details of the two groups and should be done by tomorrow 10.
Not only the two groups, Chair. If
yes.
They have.
Okay, honorable members, before we proceed, we have a communication to make. With us letters from the Milka Chepkosgei and Shadrach Kiblagat. They have sent their response on, they are replying to the summon letters, and maybe I will just go straight to the contents. Dear Sir, Madam, reference not to appear before the ad hoc committee. Please, I received my ad hoc committee meeting letter in the late evening through WhatsApp, and I was not around. At the moment, I'm in Kisumu sorting a very urgent matter. Therefore, the meeting invite was on a short notice, and thus I could not attend. Currently, and I think this one now should be this, you will reply to this. Currently, I am not an employee of the county government of Nandi. So, is it not contradicting your earlier statement, Bwana CEO?
Yeah, I had confirmed that she's not an employee, she's on casual. She's a casual. The one who was employee and affected by the recent activity in the edge.
Chair, let me inform my good friend that employment doesn't mean only on permanent basis. Casual are also employed by law. If you are not aware, be informed that employment can be on casual basis, temporary basis, or permanent basis.
It's true, Honorable.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bit.
I think you will issue a very stern recommendation or issue about the lady. She might have been coached by somebody, because earlier we have been told she is the employee, and being a casual is also an employee to the county government of Nandi.
Oh, okay, maybe so that you will all respond to the both of them. We have also a letter from Shadrach Kiblagat Koech. Is making reference to the summons and not to appear before the ad hoc committee. I am the above named person. I am writing in response to your summon dated 14th October 2024 and a further phone call conversation this morning, 15th October 2024, with the Sergeant at Arms concerning the above matter. I am not able to attend because at the moment I am currently committed and I was not able to get a chance considering the short notice. So kindly understand my situation. However, please note that I may not be having sufficient information to furnish the committee, considering the fact that I am new since I went to support this section in May this year because the county agricultural engineer was overwhelmed by a lot of responsibilities. In that effect, I don't have an appointment letter for the same. 2, currently, I am not an employee with the county government of Nandi following the NCPSP developments. The Nandi County Public Service Board developments. And finally, if possible, the management should give you the relevant alternative staff with vast information about the agricultural tractors and implements. So what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, it is true. The said staff, we gave him assignment in May when Engineer Sagaria was assigned new duties in NAFCDB. So we got to give him new assignment in the month of May this year.
Okay. Honorable Sum.
I rejoined the question to that letter. The person is saying he has no any appointment or any letter allocating him some duties. So he was just working for the county as who now?
CEO?
We have several employees in the department, and since they are working under the Department of Engineering, through a resolution of a management committee meeting that we had, we resolved that he should be given an assignment to head that section. And I gave him the assignment.
Chair, my question to witness, Chief Officer. You are an accounting officer, and you have been the one, the employees who are claiming they are under casual, they are not being employed, are they are answerable to you. How do they have the energy, the latitude? Do disagree to the someone? I think you could have informed them earlier that this is a supreme committee, which even if they run away, they will not hide. And I think, Chair, there is something fishy, because we have read the letter. Those are the same handwriting. Everybody is claiming that I don't have the first information about the management of the tractors. Another one, she's saying I'm no longer being in the county, payroll or whatever.
No, sorry.
So this is not right, Honorable Chair.
Through the chair, I think the lady lied, because even if you check salaries for last month, she was paid. So she is still engaged in county as a casual laborer. She has lied in her letter. And for short track, it is clear in the letter of appointment that any other responsibility assigned to you by the CEO. So that is one of the responsibility that I assigned him.
And this is the same people you have been having confidence to run the services for this great county. They are now running away. Maybe we have some breakages in the machines, and maybe we have the way they have been siphoning or playing around with how the tractors are being hired on the ground. You know, we have been having some cases of money being siphoned around. So maybe they know something, Chief. Those two witnesses, they must appear here. With or without, maybe our chairman.
We should use the law to compel them, because it takes the personal responsibility if he or she fails to come.
I want to read to you, and this is an issue that now this section will also apply to the issue of the bank statement. And I want to quote it very clearly. This is Kenya Gazette Supplement, Act 2017, the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, Section 21. Every person who is summoned to give evidence or produce a document before a county assembly or a committee shall be entitled to the same rights and privileges that are applicable to a witness before a court of law. 2, a person who is being examined under oath or affirmation in terms of Section 19 shall be required to answer to any question put to the person in connection with the subject of the inquiry and to produce any document or information that the person is requested to produce under that section, despite the fact that the answer or the document would incriminate or expose the person to criminal or civil proceedings in a court of law. 3, evidence given under oath or affirmation by a person before a county assembly or a committee shall not be used against the person in a court or other place outside the county assembly, except in criminal proceedings where the person concerned stands trial on a charge of perjury or a charge contemplated under Section 27, 1C or 3G or H. The right to fair hearing under Article 50 of the Constitution shall be limited to specified under this section for the purpose of advocating the freedom of speech and debate set out in Article 117 of the Constitution. Also, and let me just go direct to Section 57 so that you can see how this committee might punish you. A person commits an offense where the person, 1, having been duly summoned in terms of Section 18, fails without sufficient cause to, 1, attend the time and place specified in the summons, or 2, remain in attendance until excused from further attendance by the person presiding at the inquiry. C, when called under Section 18, refuses to be sworn in or to make an affirmation as a witness, or C, fails or disobeys without sufficient cause. 1, answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to the person under Section 18. 2, produce any document, paper, book, or record in the person's possession, custody, or control which the person has been required to produce under Section 18. A person who commits an offense under this section, subsection 1, is liable to a conviction, to a fine not exceeding 200,000, or to an imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or both. So, Waziri, Bwana CEO, which one applies to you now that you have refused to provide the bank statement? Do we find you?
We have not refused in any way.
But you've not provided.
Okay, we will write to the bank so that they can give you the official communication from them. So that cannot be our failure.
Now we are going to apply the sections of this act.
Yes.
We are going to apply. Because now, even the witnesses refusing to appear before this committee, is now clear that the committee has an act that will rely on it
Chair,
to
can I-
prosecute for further
Chair,
action.
Chair,
Yes, we-
those
maybe
people
I
will.
can request, Chair,
Yes.
you give us, because I know the summonses were short and they have responded. We need actually to engage them, and if you can still allow us, we can engage them to come here, because they are supposed, if, for example, the lady is still our employee, as per the being a casual, she should appear here. Even the other gentleman, because he's been serving in our department, he should be able to appear here and answer to the questions. And we're saying, Chair, we have nothing to hide. These officers have been working, and in fact, if anything, I've been trying to help them by trying to get the contract, even for those who are on casual. So what we're saying
Now,
is
I
that
want you
we-
to commit yourself. Now that you are ready to engage them to appear, how much time? Because this committee should wind up the hearings by Friday. And you know now, Waziri,
because if they were far, you know, somebody can give an excuse.
you know now, Waziri, these issues that these guys were supposed to answer to
Yeah.
means that
Chair.
you will also have to accompany them.
Chair.
Because, yes.
For the house of this, for the record of this house, if I capture the sentiments of Wasiri, he has been trying to assist the two to get contracts. Maybe he can expound there.
No, what we're saying is that those who are casual, we've written to the assembly, because they were on casual for a very long time, to help them, to the public service board, to help them engage them on contract, but they never got it. So they have been engaged just on casual. So what I'm saying is that I don't think the fact that they have even responded, these have been very good officers, and we just want to say maybe that short duration. And actually, the whole of yesterday we were all in Kaimosi. We even I just got to know about it. And in fact, I tried calling Shadrach, and I think I was told that he was away because he did not pick my phone call. But I'm very sure that when we engage them properly, they should be able to, with sufficient time, they should be able to come.
Okay, maybe before we wind up the session, I will give directions to
Mr.
that
Chairman.
effect.
You know, listening to the CC, he is claiming that these were very good officers. I don't know whether he's referring to all of them, including the casual, or one of them. But having said that, Chairman, I think this is one of those areas where, performing roles diligently becomes important. Because here is a group of officers who went ahead, engaged a casual, and gave them very heavy duties to take care of our equipment, our assets. Under normal circumstances, somebody who would be properly employed would probably be interested in even maybe taking care of their benefits. They would want to take care of their employment records. They just do not want to abscond from duty. So part of the reason why, Chairman, and you might have heard, there are people who have really been on the run for long. Somebody can be on the run even for 10 years. Somebody can be in the run for very long. So I would wish, Honorable Chair, to persuade this committee that failure of that casual to appear, then the original responsibility should revert to the person who was in charge, and therefore it should not matter.
Honorable Member, I think I've given guidelines and I've read the act to that effect.
I was just giving...
And maybe for guidance, some of the decisions will be made by the committee.
Thank
So
you very much,
Let
Chairman.
us preserve some of the issues.
Can I then make a further observation?
Maybe what I will guide is that let us now go and prosecute the issue on flagship projects so that we don't.
Honorable Chairman, I wish to make a further, some small.
Concerning the same issue?
No,
Okay,
different,
proceed.
but almost related. I have just heard that this casual and the other person who was said to have been a substantive person, the engineer, only took up duties for how many months? What is that, 3 months?
Has been there since May.
May of this year.
Yeah, but the other ladies has been there since the tractors came.
Oh, so I was imagining that because he mentioned in his letter that the only reason why he took over was because the engineer became overwhelmed, which told me that the engineer would then be in a proper position to take us through May backwards.
And Zakaria is here.
Is that a clear position? From May backwards, Zakaria was there.
Your Honor, Chair, you've heard being said that you've heard someone say the casual employee has been there since the tractors arrived. Managing tractors, I don't want to go beyond there.
So maybe this is a matter that requires to be clarified completely, Honorable Chairman, even as we move, because ideally we do not have so much time. Here is a county engineer who he's supposedly supposed to have been in charge of this, but he says it was a casual, and it looks like this casual has not been a casual. Has been here for how long, Chief?
From 2020.
The lady has been there since 2020.
Yes.
Waziri, what do you have to say about this issue? And maybe now, I will also like you to respond. Have you been doing justice to the same lady, surely? If she has been there since 2020 on casual terms, is that justice?
Chair, and I wish our HR was here. We've actually attempted during that time. That's why as managing the department, I made the request immediately. We got the directors that we get this lady actually was given to us by the supplier of the tractors to help us just maintain for a short period. She was supposed to go back to the supplier of the tractors, but then we requested her to remain on a casual basis while helping us to maintain, because she's been trained on how to change the oil, the simple servicing of the equipment of the tractors. But now the issue recurred, and we were hoping, of course, that we would even engage with the drivers, and I would want to say that we can produce evidence of requests we've made to the Public Service Board through the CS to engage them even on a contract basis to help us in the maintenance of the tractors. And that's why I'm saying, the Chair, we wanted also to follow the due process of requesting. This is somebody who just was helping, was supposed to go back after some time while training our operators. But the challenge was that we never got the feedback from the Public Service Board to engage them on contract.
Okay. Now, honorable members, I want to direct that the issue of the two persons should be left there so that we proceed and prosecute matters on flagship projects, please.
Honorable Chair, there is an issue that we have been discussing as this committee, and I think it will not be fair to allow it to slide. The witness has just said that they wrote to the CS and to the service board. Is this one of the ways that you've been using to employ people and procedurally? Is that the way to employ anybody? Can you be clear?
Chair, I'm not alleging that that is the process, but I'm saying these are people, and I think even by law, when you engage somebody for extended time, you're supposed to have substantive engagement, even on contract. But we never got the response to engage them on contract, so they've been just on casual for now. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I want to say and rule that we proceed to the next item. Honorable Kogo.
Thank you, Chair. My questions to witness is that kindly tell us about this NDCU or Nandi Dairies Cooperative Union or whatever. Is it a company, a registered company, or a cooperative? CZ.
Thank you. NDCU is a union of cooperatives, dairy cooperatives in Nandi, that came together to register an entity, which is a union. In a federation of farmers, an individual farmer, and in some cases we hope they are in groups like what we call common interest groups, would come together and say, we could have a cooperative. They form a primary cooperatives. But when a group of cooperatives now agree to work together, you have a union. And when a group of unions decide to work together, you have a federation. And that probably would happen at the national level or the regional level. So in this case, our farmers registered a union way back, and I think it should be around 2015 or 2016. I don't have the privilege to know the certificate. I need the chief officer in charge of cooperatives would say something on the same, but it's a union of cooperatives. I need to determine how many membership of primary cooperatives at the moment. Thank you.
So in short, through the chair, and may I ask the CEO cooperatives. So it's, Waziri, you are confirming that this is a cooperative, isn't it?
Yes, NDC is a cooperative. It's a secondary cooperative, it's an apex cooperative with 28 registered primary cooperatives under it.
So what about this name, Nandi County Creameries? Does it come in, how does it come in that?
Is it to me or Waziri?
To you, Chief Officer.
Thank you, Chair. From where I stand, I know of Nandi Dairy Cooperative Union. That is an apex of a secondary cooperative with 28 primary cooperatives registered under it. I wouldn't really talk about Nandi Creameries because that is not under my jurisdiction.
Thank you. Does it have a title?
NDCU has a title, and it was provided to the House.
Okay, my next question through the chair.
Oh, okay,
how many,
for clarity, honorable member, which title are you referring to?
The title deed. Yeah.
Yes, it was provided actually. It was one of the requirements that was requested by the House, and it was provided.
Okay, so how many, or what's the budget that has been injected to the same cooperative?
Allow me to pass the question to Waziri.
No. I decline. As the chair, you are the CEO. You are the CEO of cooperatives. So you must be hands-on.
And Chair, maybe clarification. Is it
I think
NDCU
when CEO Agriculture, who has allowed you to speak?
I wouldn't really give the exact figure that has been given to
Give a rough, give what you know.
I would like the accounting officer to answer on that kindly.
I think you are the accounting officer.
I'm the authorizing officer of the department and all that. The accounting officer can respond to that. When it comes to money, it's
now
the accounting officer.
Make us understand better now, because
you are chief officer in charge of that.
I'm the chief officer in charge of cooperatives. And when NDCU will be operational, that is when the investment part is under agriculture, they're the ones financing it. But once it is operational, the marketing aspect, that is when I come in. The leadership, the corporate governance in the cooperatives. And that is why I've said, let the accounting officer account for how much has been given. And it is in terms of equipment, it is in terms of coolers, it is in terms of the structure that has gone into NDCU.
And Chair, just clarification, Chair, she's in charge of regulation.
Chair, let me just
investment.
Chair, let me ask, could you guide this committee? Why should CEO and CC pop into issues that have not been asked? Please, Chair.
Protect me, Chair. Member of Kapchorwa has been very hard on me and unfair whenever I speak. It's unfair, seriously, because he doesn't want me to even clarify.
It is not me, it is the rules of this house, Wasiri. It is the rules of this house.
Okay, maybe.
Chair, I just wanted to ask you, Chair.
Maybe for fairness, I would like to request that Waziri, any question that has not been directed to you, you just relax. When your time will come, I will protect you, so that the member of culture.
Chair,
let us have
before she answers, Chair, something very important relating to her position as the accounting officer on matters cooperative. Can she share with us her responsibility as an accounting officer in charge of cooperative, and also share to this house the master plan for this project? Do you have a master plan? You know, before we talk of injecting millions of money, Chair, we must have a master plan. That will then guide the amount of money that has been injected to this cooperative.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm to you that NDCU has a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan. And if you will allow, I'll share with
Chair,
you.
Not a strategic plan, a master plan for the structure from the onset where it is today. It is not a master plan.
The investment part.
Before any project is set up, there must be a master plan. Or rather, let me call it a plan. If you want to build a house, there must be a plan.
Sure.
That clearly indicates what is required.
Allow me to provide that, the master plan that shows the physical area, the plan of the factory, and all the works that are there. But what I can say about NDCU is that it's undergone 3 phases. Phase 1 was financed by County Government of Nandi, and it was to a tune of 118 million. 118,698,347. Phase 2 was financed by NARIG. And NARIG financed to a tune of 131,245,684.25. We also have phase 3. Phase 3 is 155,973,444 shillings. The contribution by the county government of Nandi so far is 177,998,847 shillings. And the contribution by NARIG was 919,112. And that is in 2 folds. It is in the structure and supply. The whole amount, sorry, is the structure and the machinery that is in the factory. And the farmers' contribution, they bought land, they have coolers in their respective primary cooperatives.
Now, through the chair, before as she continues, kindly, Chief Officer, before you became Chief Officer Cooperatives, where were you before?
Before I became the Chief Officer Cooperatives, I was the Sub-County Administrator of Chesume for a period of 3 years.
Thank you. So did you take as a leave of absence?
Yes, I took a leave of absence.
When was that?
I took a leave of absence in March 2023. when I was appointed the chief officer.
So were you approved after taking leave of absence?
Yes, it was approved. And actually, it's provided by law.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe she can continue.
Who approves the leave of absence?
The county secretary.
Chair.
Yes, maybe before I allow you, Ms. Bay, there's one thing that I want the CEO to clarify. What are the figures when you add up?
And Chair, as she answers on the figures, now that she confirmed that there is a master plan, let them tell us the original contract sum, guided by the master plan, original contract sum.
Honorable Chair, if you
No.
allow me to help.
No.
That is purely engineering.
No.
But Honorable Chair, you need to...
You know, Honorable, and I want to advise you, the whole team, if you have not been called upon to answer, please. It is only the prerogative of the chair to direct questions to specific individuals. So maybe with a request from the person directing the question, that is when I will allow. But it will also depend. So what are the figures?
Kindly allow the engineer to give the figures, because there are 3 phases. And the total figure here for phase, the total figure county contribution and the NARIGP contribution comes to 405,917,000.
For?
For supply of equipment.
For supply of equipment.
405
million.
400 and?
5. 917.
Yes.
475,000.
Okay, maybe I will now allow the engineer to expound on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A member has asked the original contract sum according to the master plan. There is no original contract sum because the works have not been tendered. The only works, the works have been tendered continuously from phase 1 to phase 3, where we are currently. So to say the original contract sum may not, that question may not be able to be answered because the works were not tendered. So contract sum, original
what
contract
do you
sum,
mean that the works were not tendered?
the works were not, the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 were not tendered at the same time. So there can never be an original contract sum. What you can get is original estimate.
Chair, is clearly mentioned, and from our document, the first phase of the contract was awarded to Miliki.
Yes.
Does it mean that it was not tendered? What do you mean by it was not tendered?
You asked the Honorable Chair,
Yes.
the member for Capture asked for the original contract sum according to the master plan. And I have
Now,
answered.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Is there a master plan for this project? According to you, as the, I want to believe that you are the project engineer. Is it true?
I came in from phase 3, and from that time I have not seen the master plan. If it is there, I have not asked and I have not seen.
An engineer, Chair, and you mean you are a side engineer who is working without a master plan? Surely? Let us be a little
Honorable
bit.
Chair.
You are making a joke out of this serious
Honorable
conversation.
Chair.
Engineer, just remain silent through the chair. This is not a house to make jokes and try to defend what you are not sure of.
Chair,
I think
Chair.
you should engage this committee with the seriousness that it deserves. This is a mega project which has, where millions of money has been pumped into. You are saying, and the CEO confirmed that there is a master plan. You went to the site from 2019, like you are saying, and you have no idea what guides that project without a master plan. What guides you as you implement, whether in phases or as the whole contract? What guides you, surely?
We have what we call the flow chart of how the activities are going, Your Honor. That is what I'm following. The another thing that I'm following is that we have taken the architect to do, as required by World Bank, to draw as built, it is called as built drawings. And that is what I'm using.
Chair, allow me to ask a question.
Chair, are you using World Bank policy or Procurement and Disposal Act?
Your Chair,
I think,
I have said,
now, honorable members, let me give guidelines. I think, Engineer Oluboy,
yes.
I want you to restrict yourselves to your responsibilities. Anything that you don't have information, don't engage in it.
Chair,
Let
allow me to ask.
Let me first, so that we can do away with the issue of the master plan.
Yes.
Since you went to the plant at Kabiet, you've never seen a master plan.
Chair, that question is not a yes or no answer for this reason. When we started the project in around 2018 or 19, we had 1 acre of land. Many other civil works are outside the 1 acre. So how do you have placed the master plan on the 2 acres that was acquired recently?
Honorable Chairman, Honorable Chairman, I think there is a place, there is another place I think we need to start.
Yes. Maybe before I allow you, let me, to be fair to Tarbey.
Chair, if what I'm getting clearly from the engineer is what I understand, to mean the engineer is trying to tell this honorable house that this is a journey where we don't know where we are coming from and we don't know where we are heading. We are just modifying the process, the project as it goes. For example, we don't have a comprehensive contract of the same, meaning that's why the project is being conducted phase by phase. So I think I don't know why we are condemning the engineer when he's telling us the truth that there is no master plan, that this is a journey in futility, we're just modifying as time goes. Just the way all departments are operating in this county, we don't have direction. We are just moving on God's mercies, Chair, if that's what I'm getting. Yeah.
Could you ask the engineer, because I don't feel like asking more questions. If he is well conversant with Public Procurement and Disposal Act 44B.
Honorable Chairman, before you ask this question, my conscience, I was just pricked. I'm curious. Maybe Waziri might be the one to help us, since they are here. Was this project in the CIDP? And it's a yes or no. You can just give the CIDP.
Yes. Yes.
Which CIDP was it?
In fact, if you look at even the CIDP for 2013, 2017, I think it was there. I'm not sure, but it was there in the 2017, 2022. And Chair,
so just a moment. Okay. So it was in the CIDP. Or the second or you say the second or the first? Or it was carried over?
I can say that farmers, this union was registered way before.
Just hold on. I'm not talking about the union. I'm talking about the plan. Was this a county plan, a county government plan, or a farmer's plan?
Now,
let us just be clear on that.
Is it a county government plan or it's a people's plan? CIDP is a people's plan. We don't have our own as a government. It's people who give the views what they want.
It is true.
Yes.
It is true, Waziri, and I do not want it to become a back and forth. All I'm saying is, if, you see, I have my own plans as myself, and you have yours, and everybody has their own. But the county government of Nandi has got a CIDP.
Yes.
And you know for sure that is not a people's plan. It is a government plan coming out of that process. The question is, this project, was it a people's project, a farmer's project, or a government project?
It was farmers' project.
So it was not a government project?
People's project. Farmers' project, government project. We adopted it, and that's what all government does. It represents the people. And there was public participation. We took it up from the CIDP.
So, through the
Thank
chair, Waziri, what I understand is that projects were funded through the proposals that were written maybe by the farmers or the CIG. So my question is that, who came out with the proposal?
You need to look at the governor's manifesto then, because CIDP comes out of the people's public participation, the national government medium-term plan, and the governor's manifesto. And the farmers approached the governor, and I remember I was there very well. That was way before even the governor was sworn in 2017, after he was elected. And the union actually approached the governor that we have been asking the former governor to construct for us a milk processing plant.
So
and they failed, and the governor admitted. And during the development of the CIDP, it was factored in.
My question was that who came up with the proposal?
That's another new question, right? So that I can answer.
No. I think it follows.
The proposal is a different thing.
It flows, no problem.
Because
just answer that
whoever
one.
came with the proposal that the NARIGP took and acted on it are the owners.
So, Chair,
of the project.
Will you give
so
me?
My question is, who came up with the proposal?
Thank you, Member and Vice Chair. Chair, I will request that you allow me to say something about NCC.
Honorable Chairman.
NCC's proposal.
Honorable Chairman.
So that I give light to...
Please, Honorable Chairman, and I'm really begging you, help us to be able to make progress. Let the witness answer these questions in the simplest and keep away whatever he wants to add.
Chair,
he has just been asked who was the proponent.
The honorable member from Lesotho also does not want me to respond. Clearly, just like I wanted to say NCC.
Order, honorable.
Who was the proponent?
Order, honorable minor. Maybe you know now, these things are going.
Chair,
I want to ask a question.
I want to say something. You know, sitting in the middle of this, my good friends, without going with the layman language, I understood or I understand what the engineer was saying. This project seems to be something that was owned by the people, that they do not know the progress or the end results. That is why they started with 1 acre, and then the master plan might not been built at that time. So the engineer was trying to tell us something. This is something like that they are telling us it was without plan, the way they started. Because if it was something that they had, the first place they started with 1 acre. And then all of a sudden, they were able to locate the next 2 acres. And then within that next 2 acres, they had started the contract with this military. So it has been progressing as if they don't have money. So is it true, CC?
Chair,
maybe to add on that.
Let me just say something, Chair. You'll be unfair to the other members and even the viewers on the facts already, because you do not give me the chance to give a groundwork so that the rest can give the details. That way, we are just getting confused.
Waziri, it is okay. I'm giving you fair chances, eh? But now the problem comes in when you don't want to directly answer the question.
That's what I wanted to say about NCC.
I want us. Let me guide this way.
Chair.
Answer the question and then give the background, so that it will be easier for both parties.
Chair, could you allow me to a supplementary question?
I thought, honorable members, let us allow first the Waziri to answer what he has been asked.
Before he answers, Chair.
Because you will make several questions, and finally most of them will go and answer.
It is a similar question, honorable Chair. My question goes to Waziri. Who will own the project after the completion? Is it NDCU? Is it a...
Maybe let me allow Survey
Chair,
to ask the
if I
question.
had the engineer clearly, and he's the county engineer, he's telling us the project does not have a plan, and the plan is being drawn. So it's a matter of Wasiri confirming that we are now developing the plan. Maybe you just need to confirm what the engineer said.
Okay, Waziri, maybe I will allow you now to respond.
Chair.
But I want you to, so that we engage on a fair ground.
Sure.
Answer the question. I will indulge you to give the background.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, I think there was a question from the member from Lesos and also from Kosirai, and now the member from, honorable member nominated. One was on the question of ownership and the proposal and the plan. And then the other question, if I will make clear the difference, because you asked NDCU and I responded very well before you asked the details of the cooperatives, so that we don't lose track of the response, is that this is fully owned by the farmers, because the farmers came up with a proposal to the county government, and we adopted that proposal, and the original design after the proposal was factored in the, remember this is a proposal by farmers, during public participation and stakeholder engagement, we capture this thing as a strategic investment for the county on behalf of the farmers. And NDCU, which is now the union, are the ones who made this proposal originally. Once we factored in our budget, that year, I remember the first year we budgeted, that should have been 18-19 budget. I mean 17-18 budget. We budgeted for 115 million for the equipment and 20 million for the structure. The thinking was that the farmers, we wanted just to process about 20,000 liters of milk. So it was not supposed to be a big project. And we did public participation, and the governor himself led that public participation on the location. We met with the farmers at the sports ground. We could not decide whether it was going to be Kapsabet, Sumei, Kabiyet, or wherever, but we arrived at Kabiyet. After arriving at that, we looked for the land. And locating the land, we found the 1 acre that was a cattle dip, and people decided that it was going to be converted. So, in short, what I wanted to say was that this was a proposal by farmers, and the ownership was that envisaged as them to own, because as a government, we don't wish to do business ourselves as a government directly. This is for the farmers, so it's their proposal. So it was factored in the plan. We budgeted 115 million and 20 million for the structure. And after we had tendered, during the implementation, as I've said, it was supposed to be 20 million, and it was within that figure and the 1 acre, we could have just done little processing plant. But then the estimate of the milk was that it was so much. We were estimating about 300,000 milk from farmers. So we said this was not sufficient. We needed to have a 100,000 liter capacity of processing plant. So we said, can we do this in phases, phase 1 and phase 2? So with phase 1, all the designs are there, and we can give this committee the details of even the designs of the architectural designs and all that, including even our engagement with experts on how the whole thing was going to look like. We, in 2018-19, were lucky to have the World Bank accept to support the county, to support both phase 1 and phase 2 of the processing plant. That is how NARIGP came in phase 2. And that is why the original contract estimate, after we had gotten a consent, in fact, we were determined that if you look at the original contract sum for the supplier of the equipment, it should have been coming to around 3 or 6 million. But it was to be done in phases. And our hope was that we first of all do a small plant, or even to just package fresh milk, and then we'll go to the other products. But when we got this funding, we had now to redesign and relook at the whole thing, how it was going to be. And clearly, we realized that we needed more land. And that is why we engaged with the NDCU. They mobilized resources. They acquired the land near the same place. In fact, with the consultation of the then Deputy President, the Deputy President, in fact, added them some amount because they requested the Deputy President, then the current President, to support them to acquire the extra land. And I think they acquired the original 1 acre, and they got an extra 6 points or so. So the land, as we are talking, is bigger than it was originally. Why? Is because when now we decided to do extra phases and to do a bigger project, we had to acquire extra land, but also the budget, as it were. And actually, if you look at our original estimates, in fact, contract for the equipment, it never changed.
Chair.
The only thing that changed.
Chair, I'm a bit worried. Guide us, because in this case, the reason why the witness is here, it is to give us, to answer our question in brief. If we may be having more questions, the way we may be, how are we going to manage time, Chair?
I think also, honorable members, let us be mindful on the fact that we need also to understand the whole issue concerning the plants in Kabiet, because it will be also to our advantage when you have the full information, so that next time, even in our own engagements with the public, you can be in a better place.
Chair, that is in
so
order.
I think
the
explanation that is being given by Waziri is actually to our consumption.
But
so let us allow him to give us that.
Chair, the reason why I was saying this does not help us is that Waziri will give us a story, like any other story, like the way you would go a Kasevem and play. The difference between this committee and the other one is about facts, Chair, which involve submission of documents. So
okay,
that will be
maybe for guidance.
Chair.
Yes.
Before I forget, when the CEO was telling us about the funds, he just mentioned the funds from World Bank and the county government. But Waziri is telling us, by then the Deputy President, who is current President, gave also some money to it. So this project has consumed a lot of money, and we need, for the record of the House, how much was given by the then, who is the current President, how much he gave to this. Because this is a project which has...
Not to the county government, but to the NDCU to acquire the extra land.
Honorable Chair, I think whereas I really respect what you've said, I would like to say respectfully, maybe if there is some background information Waziri would like us to get, he can provide a write-up. There is no problem with that. You can give us all that story in a write-up. And Chair, I'm promising to read the write-up. What I do not wish for us to do is to use this useful time to allow Waziri to give us so many stories. I would like him to be very specific. Like you see, Honorable Chair, he is talking about a mongrel. And I think I would like us, because we are people, we are house of order, and we are oversighters. We are looking at the process, and we are also looking at value for money.
Chair, protect us also, because the member
you don't
said it's a
you
mongrel.
don't require any protection.
It's not a fair language also.
Yeah, this is a mongrel. It's clearly a mongrel because...
Honorable Minor, let us use friendly language.
This is just normal English language, Honorable Chair, because it is a combined... Nobody really knows. Like, for instance, if we were to ask some basic question. First of all...
Chair, if he allowed me to explain, he's wasting my time. I could have actually completed even
Honorable Chair,
Honorable members, I think I will rule both Waziri and Honorable Minor out of order so that we can proceed.
But surely, Honorable Chair,
I want to say that, and let me request this. Let us not include feelings in this process. Please. If Waziri, you include feelings, and then we have these honorable members bringing in feelings, we are not going to get what the committee wants to get.
Yes.
So, and I want to say this. For a fair process, let us restrict ourselves to the questions. Because this explanation, Waziri, is bringing problems. So let us just restrict ourselves.
Yes, that will be
to the
fairly,
questions.
Chair, since I'm the one
So-
who proposed that one. It is good because even up to today, there are 2 pending questions, but a lot of explanation. The question it was directed, do we have the plan for Kabiyet? If yes, yes. If no, no. How much has the project costed? And that was a very direct question. Why do we need an explanation on that? Yeah.
Secondly, I
Listen,
want
from my background,
I want to also plead with all the honorable members. Let us use a fair language that the other team will not feel as if we are harassing them. So let us be fair to each other. So maybe now you've answered the issue on ownership. When the project will be complete, it will be owned by NDCU.
Yes. And Chair, there was just my response actually was even to answer to the question of one of the members about the contract sum and what have you. Why is because I was trying to say why, for example, the original amount of the equipment was 3 or 6 million. Why it changed to around 4 or 5 million was because during COVID, the government changed the law on VAT, and also the exchange rate went up, and that's how we found ourselves with variation in terms of the costs of the equipment. But for the structure, because of the original design and the new design, given the expansion and the size, implementing all the phases at once, we had to do them in phases because as a county government, we had committed that we were going to do the structure, and the World Bank was to help us with the equipment. And that is what costed us to
Okay.
more years. Thank you.
Okay, maybe there was that question by Honorable. I think now the issue of the master plan, as explained, that does not apply to this one.
It does not exist. It's not a question of does not apply, Chairman. Does not exist.
Maybe, Waziri, does this project have a master plan?
As we have said, this was a small project on 1 acre. As at now, there was no master plan because the
Yes,
plan that
that's
was
enough.
there was within 1 acre.
Okay.
So there was no
That's
master
enough.
Plan. It's just architectural designs.
Okay. Maybe you have, is any
I
pending
still have a question on this, and I think also Honorable
maybe
has a question.
the other issue that have not been responded to is the issue of
Confirmation, just Chair.
who came.
He has answered. He has answered.
Yeah, Chair, confirmation.
Came up with a proposal.
Yes,
That's
he
not
said,
been
he
answered.
said the farmers.
Okay, yes.
Chair, maybe.
Through the chair, and then I'll give Wasiri. You have just said the farmers. In Nandi County, we have farmers. We have tea farmers, we have maize farmers, and or whatever. Which farmers are these? But Waziri, you are running away from the truth. So each and every project that was funded by NARIGP, it was either through a cooperative, a group of farmers that they have identified their value chain. They have farmers registered at the same time. They even have their accounts. And like the small group, the CRGs, they had their own certificate from the social side. So how comes this one you are just telling us farmers?
NDCU is
Anybody
farmers.
can be a
It's
farmer.
a farmers entity.
So farmers of which title? Because it was actually putting a proposal through a cooperative.
Nandi Dairy Farmers Cooperative Union.
Honorable Chair, so that we can make progress from this point, maybe we would like to ask Waziri a straight question. Do we have that proposal?
The proposal to the World Bank, yes, we have.
The original, the whatever you're calling original proposal?
Yes.
So, Honorable Chair, it is only fair that he brings it to us.
We will provide it.
As soon as possible.
Thank you.
Chair, for record purposes, I want Wasiri to confirm that for the extra purchase of the land, it's neither the county nor the World Bank who bought it. Is that a true position?
It is the NDCU.
So now, which brings us to the question, whatever you have there, I have not been to that site. Is it sitting on the original 1 acre, or it is expanding to all the rest?
It has expanded to the rest because we did.
Is it unified?
Pardon?
Is it as a unit?
Yes, already. Because remember, the 1 acre was repurposed and leased to the NDCU.
Now, okay, so you need to bring us this thing, this issue of the lease.
Sure.
It is a lease for how long?
We will give you, because this is a government, remember it was a cattle dip. So
it is a lease for how long?
I'll be able to check on the duration. I'll check on the duration because I have not privy to the details.
Did you bring it to the attention of this house? You remember you're dealing with lease of public land. In other words, you put public land into private hands.
Remember,
is it true, Waziri? Is it true?
Yes.
That you have put public land into private use?
All the parcels of land.
No, Waziri, it's just a simple question.
Yes.
Have you put public land into private use?
As it is, in fact, the determination of the entity of NDCU, as we are talking, right? There's a contribution from the government and also contribution from on that investment of the same land. And it was a requirement that we repurpose that land for the NDCU, for purposes of milk processing plant.
It is okay, Waziri,
yes,
so that we can make progress. I'm asking, did you have a lease that is already captured in the ministry, in the Ministry of Lands?
As I've said, I'll get the documents.
Honorable Chair, I hope you realize that this is a fairly serious issue in terms of, and for all of us, that you took public land and gave it to another. I would like to ask one other question. You talk about a public participation. Now, when you're looking at it, were you considering this project to be a county project or a project for a certain area, a certain group of farmers?
The union was comprised of farmers from all the sub-counties, and therefore, the intention is that from that proposal from the farmers, it is meant to support all farmers who will be the members of the union.
So the public participation was attended by how many farmers?
I cannot give you the exact figure, but remember,
in your own thinking,
we had about 43 primary cooperatives with 3 officials each. So we had a number of up to about over 100 where we did the stakeholder participation.
So it was 100?
Over 100.
Was it 200?
I cannot be exact.
So there is, so that I leave, Chairman, you are saying that there was that public participation. 100 people. They made a decision for,
it was not one public participation. We had a series, even including the farmers in that locality who are users of the cattle dip, who agreed to convert that into. So we had several stakeholder and even targeted public participation.
I request, Chairman, that this information regarding these public participation exercises be made available to us, and I will be very keen, Waziri, to see that the people from all over accepted that this was going to be their project. Maybe as a final question, so that I don't speak again on this issue, when you got to a point where you thought, now maybe we need to expand exponentially, did you undertake another public participation?
Remember the original proposal.
Did you do it?
I wanted to say this, CIDP that you requested. CIDP process goes from the ward level, sub-county, and the stakeholder targeted. So what I'll say is that already we had the consent through public participation on what we wanted, the ultimate design. That is why we had a clear picture on the
For a small project?
No.
It was a small one. Now you want to expand.
That's why you got me wrong, Chair. The member got me wrong because I said, while we had a vision to do a bigger project, we agreed that we were going to do it in phases. That is why we had only 135 million for a start. The challenge was because of the resources, limitation of the resources. So we had designed the whole thing in phases. So the challenge, of course, was that when we got the extra funding, that's how we started to embark on the 2 phases.
So this vision required how many acres?
In terms of the acreage?
Yeah, the
in
vision.
fact, ultimately.
The vision.
What
you
I
had.
want to say that the vision is to process ultimately
The
1
vision.
million. The vision is to process ultimately 1 million liters, and we need 5 acres. Thank you.
Maybe allow me, Chair, to ask question to Wasiri.
Yes.
Wasiri talked of a variation, and now it's clear to us that now we don't have a master plan. What now if a situation where the 3 contracts now, maybe phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 has been all have in gather variation? What happened to the total percentage? Is it provided for by law? Maybe the threshold, the minimum threshold on, in terms of variation, now that all these contracts could have been varied?
We have not retendered for the equipment. So that means there's no variation in the equipment. The only variation in the equipment was what was not envisaged within the law. Before COVID, the act then, the VAT Act, did not require, there was no charge on VAT on any agriculture equipment. But during the COVID, VAT Act introduced, actually it was 0 rated. That is the best thing. But then during the COVID, when they introduced a new act, everything else that was 0 rated was brought up. So that protein, it caught us in between. In fact, the first purge of equipment, we did not pay taxes. We got the waiver. But by the time we were coming to phase 2, we had already been caught up by the new act, and the exchange rate also had changed. And remember, our contract was in USD because the supply of the equipment was an international supplier. Thank you.
Maybe a question to our cooperative CEO. Remember, you are under oath, and you just committed to this house that you are going to bring a master plan. Does your position still stand?
The plan that I was talking about was the one for phase 1.
So it was not a master plan?
The original one that gave birth to the project.
Second question. What is the catchment of this 23 cooperative we are talking? The catchment area.
We have Mosop sub-county, we have Chesume sub-county, we have Nandi sub-county, we have Aldai sub-county, and Mgwen sub-county.
Is it on a uniform, or what was the criteria now?
Basing on where dairy cooperatives are active, the primary cooperatives are active. They are the ones who joined the union.
Okay. Maybe let me get it clear, the chief officer for cooperatives. You said we had the master plan for the first phase.
What actually took as master plan was the original plan that gave birth to the factory.
So you have the master plan for phase 1. On the small, no.
To be fair, because she was not there.
You should not interfere with the questioning of another person.
I wanted just to be fair to her.
No.
And Chair, I think consultations,
the question.
Through your permission, Chair,
yes.
I think consultations are allowed because we don't work in isolations. We work as a group.
But you know, and to be fair also to the honorable members, you are the one who said we had a master plan.
Yes, and
so that is why I'm directing
my reply to the master plan, Chair, was the plan that gave birth to.
So now we have the
plan.
master plan for phase 1, according to your.
Chair, the challenge here is this: it's not within her purview. Master plan is actually given by the physical planning. What we have as a department is strategic plan.
Let me repackage. You had the design for the first phase, design works for the first phase.
Yes.
Not a master plan.
Yes. Yes, Chair.
And Chair, there's something that
yes.
Siri mentioned. Let me engage him. He has missed me a lot. You were saying, I don't want to engage me.
I missed you for sure.
Yeah. He has mentioned that there was an engagement with the officials of, is it NDC? NDC what? Could you share with us the lease agreement? Now that you've said you have the lease agreement, if possible, that will then guide us. that has been approved. But you know, and you know the lease agreement should be approved by this house. Are you aware? I don't know whether it was approved.
I think, let me give the clear position. What we did actually, because to even get the funding, we had to determine that the land in question that we wanted to do the investment was already for the farmers. So what we did was to reserve this land through the physical planning to the specific project. And I think that served even like our original master plan, because already that land is fully reserved for there. And the title reads actually, the County Government of Nandi reserved for the Nandi Cooperative Creameries. And that is Nandi Ndulele stroke 517 parcel of land. Size is 1 acres.
You allocated the land.
We are copy.
You allocated it.
We reserved, not allocated.
Who reserved? Who exactly did that?
That's why I said we did public participation.
Who did that? Just hold on. Who did the reservation?
This is the county government of Nandi.
Who?
Through the fiscal planning.
So who ordered the reservation?
The county government.
I'm asking you who?
Yes, the county government.
Okay.
We are a government, yes, the county government.
Was it approved in this house because that is a requirement?
This has been only reserved, but not leased yet. So the question about leasing will be determined, but it was reserved already for this particular.
But you have a lease agreement?
Yes.
You have a lease agreement, right?
Not lease agreement, it's a title deed.
So
an illegal one?
It's not illegal.
Why is it not illegal when the lease agreement has not been approved by this house?
Originally it had been reserved for the cattle dip, but we now reserved it for the processing plant. Just like any other cattle dip you have in the, we did the change.
So you did change of user. Do we have documents to that effect?
Be able to get them from the physical planning office, because the one would
Chair, my question, Chair. The change of use.
Arbabet from Capture, let him wait.
I was not done, my good friend.
Okay.
Wasiri, you know, this is one guy I've always looked upon to provide even guidance to this Nandi County. He's a man full of wisdom, but sometimes, Waziri, when you take me around and you know exactly where we are supposed to be going, I feel disappointed. I've always had a lot of trust in you.
Sorry if I
But today, Waziri, you are disappointing me. And the only way you can disapprove that indeed you can be a reliable person, not a witness now, a reliable person and reliable to this county, I would appreciate. Waziri, you know the procedures. You know government procedures. You know what the county should do in such scenario. What made you not to follow the due process that is required by law? Because it's an investment that we feel there will be a return on it finally. What made you? Was there any other external forces that made you not to work according to the law?
Chair, and I want to tell the member, I think to the best of my knowledge, we have not violated any law. The only thing is that this is a project that is already in partnership with the county government. So we have a stake in this. Farmers have their parcel already in their name. We have our parcel as a county government that is in our name. Once we conclude this, and I wanted just to communicate to the committee.
Honorable Chair, point of order. Honorable Chair.
I hope I'll not lose my line of thought. If you could allow me to complete that statement so that you can come in.
Allow him to complete, Honorable.
So what I was saying is that we will, what we've agreed is
but
that...
Honorable Chair is lying. He's lying to this Honorable House, Honorable Chair. One Honorable Chair, I'm sitting in the House Business Committee, and recently we received a policy from the executive requesting this House to approve the change of use of Kipchoge Stadium to be converted to something else. As we sit here, Honorable Chair, Waziri is lying to us because he just is seated down with his own committee and change the use of the land there to be used for NDCU or Nandi County Creameries. Is that not contravening the law, Honorable Chair? He is lying to this Honorable House. He has taken this Honorable House in circles
Chair,
and he is really
rescue me
believing.
because the member is alleging something that is
No,
not true.
why are you?
I wanted just to say that we do not lie. Why? Because it's not even us who did the change of use. It was the fiscal planning. And we believe that they followed the due process. Because
You
they're the one who
believe?
gave us the title.
Who should bring the change of use?
It was not the Department of Agriculture. We requested the Department of Land to change the use because they are the ones who do it, not us.
Was it yours?
It was a cattle dip.
But I'm asking, did it belong to the Department of Agriculture?
Yes.
Yes.
It belonged to you.
That is for it belonged to the county government of Nandi.
But it was for
But the issue was that it was reserved for cattle dip. So we were just changing use from cattle dip to.
Yes, but the reality is this: that land, is it titled?
Yes, it's titled here, and I have the title deed. In fact,
So what does the title deed say?
The title read, County Government of Nandi, reserved for the Nandi Cooperative Creameries. So we have not transferred.
So this
ownership to
title
else.
that you're talking about, when was it produced?
As I check the date, this is 2019 October.
Was there another title?
Not that I'm sure of. There are a lot of parcels of land we have, and they don't have title unless you process. And I think
And
this
Wasiri,
was processed because we needed it.
are you aware that these honorables are the one to approve any change of use of any land?
I am aware.
Whether
as
it
per
is
the
for the
current law.
county?
And I want to.
Are you aware?
I want to tell the member. At some point, I acted as a CC for lands, and I actually conveyed all approvals to this house for the same parcels of land that needed approvals, even transfer of lease and everything else. So, at that time, by the law.
Why not Kabiyet?
That's what I'm saying. We've not transferred the ownership of this. It was just change of use. And even that change of use followed the due process as per the law then. Unless I go and get the documents, but I'll give this committee the documents as to pertaining the change of use from the original change of use to this one, including the public participation, Chair.
Chair, maybe so that we can understand more, could you tell us through the chair, at which point did you involve the assembly or this house? At what point in all this scenario, is there a place whereby you have involved the oversight team?
This house has been involved from the beginning, even during all the public participation in 2018, 2019, including even the budgeting and allocation. In fact, the Committee for Agriculture and the Committee Finance, Pick and Pack, we appeared almost every year to clarify on the issues of this particular project then. And we have always obliged to give more details on this. Chair, thank you.
Okay, let us proceed.
Honorable Chair, before we proceed, so Waziri, was it a condition of World Bank that no project should be put on anything that is supposed to be, that is not community? Because, just so before you answer that, let me rephrase. Who did you say, what was the proponent who was the proponent that you sent out the proposal to the World Bank?
As I mentioned, this was NDCU proposal.
So it was an NDCU proposal?
Yes.
And they pretended to own that land?
It's not about pretending.
Do they own it?
Remember, Chair.
Answer the question.
I want to just go back.
Just answer the question.
Yes.
Do they own it?
Who the
NDCU.
Remember, it's a partnership between the.
Do they own it?
No, they don't own it as
but
yet.
But did they pretend that they own it?
We committed as a government that we
you
are
lied.
actually giving.
You lied that they
lying,
own it.
Not lying.
Do they own it?
Why should we lie and yet we are investing as a county government our money here? This is a joint project.
But honestly speaking, Chairman, even when you finish this, I'm hearing you saying you want to go to 5 acres. After you finish and hand over to the farmers, and because it belongs to them anyway, what business will you have there?
And that is a legal position that is yet to be determined, and it will come to this house.
Which legal position? This is a World Bank funded project.
I want to say this. That's why I'm saying we are in a position here, member, if you allow me, we have funded as a county government. And I think we have already put in if you look at our contribution is about, as a county government, about 36% of our funding has gone into this project. The farmers, including the assets they have, is about 63%. So what we're saying is that it's a joint investment.
Is that what was featured in the proposal, that it is going to be owned jointly? Is that what you proposed to the World Bank?
Not joint. And I
have asked a direct question. Did you propose that way?
And if you remember when I mentioned here,
just answer, witness.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that the proposal?
You cannot just put direct question without giving me a chance to respond.
Don't explain anything. What was the proposal? A joint venture between government of Nandi and NDCU?
This was
is that what was featured?
The funding that came
fully
for the farmers, not for the county government.
Maybe Waziri, for clarity.
Yes.
The proposals that were given to the World Bank
is fully for the farmers, NDCU, not for the county government. And our position remains, we are not ready as a county government to run a milk processing plant. We are doing this for the farmers. It was captured in the CIDP.
Now, Waziri, what about the resources that you've put in?
And that will be for this house to also determine, once the time comes, on the establishment of NCC, which is an entity. Our proposal in that was that we will register an entity where NDCU will be able to run this business, and the county government was to transfer fully the ownership to the farmers, to the NDCU.
Yes, Honorable Bett.
I would really want to ask you for your indulgence, Chair. And indeed, we are making a lot of jokes in this conversation. I'm sorry to say that. Chair, in as much as the owners are the membership of the cooperative, as a county, we've pumped money to this investment. Money that Waziri do not want, at whatever reason, this assembly to have any role from the land that was meant for the deep, which is owned by the government. The user changed without the consent of this assembly. Again, money that we've appropriated, pumped into this investment, that Waziri saying at a time that he will feel it necessary for us to come in. That is when we are going to do our role. And Waziri, this is not personal. We own it together as residents of Nandi. That position you hold today, you own it on behalf of the people of Nandi. That trust bestowed on you by the governor on behalf of the people of Nandi is the same trust that this assembly were given trust by the people of Nandi to have a role and a say on the money that has been put into this investment. And Chair, can Waziri, and I want to repeat it again, Chair, get out of the defensive lane and let him realize that this house constituted legally, given a responsibility by law to oversight. It was not given by any other person, Waziri. It is a donation by the people through the Constitution. And the only house that is mandated to do oversight, particularly in Nandi County, is the Nandi County Assembly. That Nandi County Assembly, through its own wisdom again, constituted an ad hoc committee on their behalf to listen to the issues affecting the people of Nandi on matters development. With a lot of respect, don't you want any member of this ad hoc committee, or rather this assembly, to have a role whereas you require them to appropriate money. But you do not want to see any member asking anything to do with this issue. Either land, money that has been pumped into this project, and you are telling us, Chair, is telling us, a time will come where you'll now have your role.
I think, Chair.
You will be given time to respond. Chair, please guide the witness. Let him recognize that this even ad hoc committee is created by the standing order. And we have a role. And when we ask questions, Chair, he should answer questions. Any of these members should answer questions to the specific questions that we ask.
Okay.
Otherwise, Chair, we are not heading anywhere.
Honorable members, I want to direct that on the issue of the land ownership and the issue of the ownership of the whole plant in Kabiet, I think I direct that let it rest there so that when we shall be making our reports as a committee, we shall deliberate and give the recommendation.
Maybe one small request, Chair, while we are all here. I think it's fair, Honorable Chairman, that we write to the World Bank itself now to give us the original proposal. We would like to see what it is that they wrote there.
And I think that one will be upon the committee. So maybe I will
Chair,
just...
on that one, I want to say we have nothing to hide. We'll give you the information that you want and compare with what the World Bank has. We are quite straightforward on that. And on the land, my request, Chair, would be the physical planning department can also give. Because to the best of my knowledge, we follow the due process also as at that time. And we are ready to bring everything to this house. We are not going to just like wait until that time comes so that we can bring anything here. Anytime, even from now, we are ready to give any information. So I think that is our position, and we are saying that we are not going backward from involving this house. We have involved this house from the first year, and we are ready to involve even right now on anything.
May I ask, who was the fiscal planner involved that you're talking about?
Must be Veronica.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, as you let this
let us proceed to the next question.
Chair, as you let this to rest, so from a conversation that I have had, that project or in Kabiet does not belong to a Nandi, it belongs to an individuals.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
I think if I can give guidance on that, as stated by Waziri, the issue of ownership is still an issue to be clarified, to be deliberated
Thank
upon.
you.
So maybe...
No, is that a correct position, Chairman?
The issue of ownership...
There must be ownership right now.
This house will approve...
He can tell us.
Chair, we've placed a proposal to the cabinet. It will come to this house on how the ownership structure will be constituted, because we were alive to the farmers of Nandi who are not yet members of any primary cooperative, who are not yet members of the union, who may in future want also a stake because their money was also spent in that project. How will you be fair to that farmer? What we have proposed is that if any CIG, for example, a group in some village, decide today to become a primary cooperative, they should not be denied to join the NDCU and to also enjoy the cake. And that's why we'll be proposing to this house that, if possible, an entity be registered. That entity should have co-ownership, where the NDCU maintain their stake, the county government maintain the stake, but
Honorable
then,
Chairman,
on behalf of the future
Honorable
primary
Chairman,
cooperatives.
Honorable Chairman, this is why, Honorable Chairman, and allow me to make this statement. This is why this particular official, we could easily say, has let down the people of Nandi by doing exactly what he's explaining. First of all, by embarking on a project without a plan and keeping on changing things. Now he has finished. He already gave the ownership to NDCU. And that is what he has undertaken to the World Bank. He is just lying to us here that he has not done that. But clearly speaking, because I know this project is similar to the pack house, where the farmers own everything, they own the land and everything. So he wants to probably get to a situation where the World Bank gets out, now that the funding is over, so that he can begin to raise some other issues. The question is, Honorable Chairman, this is a very high level of incompetence. And I think maybe conflict of interest.
And Chair,
and I have not asked him a question.
Because the member is making some allegations against me, yet he has got no full view of the project. I did not do this project on my own. We involved the farmers. We involved the people of Nandi. We did public participation. It went into the CIDP. It followed all the due process. We have had all the legal approvals with regard to the implementation of the project. So it will be very wrong to also for the member to make a conclusion in front of this committee, which is in public. So I want to correct that. We, as I've said, as a steward in the department, we've done the best possible to always consult both the farmers and this house and the leadership at large. And that's why I'm saying it's not only at the county level, but even up to the national level. That's why we've got the support all the way. Thank you.
How has he consulted the House?
Honorable members, that issue of the
Honorable Chair,
the plant, let it.
As you summarize,
I had ruled that the issue of NDCU or NCC should rest.
Honorable Chair, as you rule.
Honorable members, let us proceed to the next question. This issue is becoming more and more.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Just a direct question to CC.
Yes.
Can he list all the flagship projects in his department?
Thank you, Chair. And as I said, due to and I did not get a fair chance to give an overall overview of NCC. That is why members are also having issues emerging. But I would say I hope we'll still get a better chance, but we'll also do it in written so that when you retire to write your report, you will be able to understand the whole project properly. As to regard to the flagship project, our first flagship project is the milk processing plant. We have the coffee mill, and we have our avocado pack house. Thank you.
Another follow-up question, Chair. I've realized that in these flagship projects, they awarded Miliki Development Company these big projects. Who is the director, kindly?
Okay, through the chair, as you are still diagonizing to know who is the director, my question now is that now you have closed the accounts for the NARIGP. That project is not operational. They still need some amount to make it operational. So that very huge project, you will subject it to the DCCC to decide for them to get a small loan from the cooperatives, and in which cooperative, because you have said that this is a project for all the farmers from all the sub-counties.
Thank you.
So this particular project, this one of Kabiet now,
yes,
they will go bend low now to the CCDCs.
No.
So that they get the more money from NAPCDP.
Maybe to clarify that is that this was funded at the level of multi-community investments. And we are still open to even support them as a county and also even within the project once the union is able to request for the operations. And in fact, already from the national government, we have also made a request to be supported, for the union to be supported for the operations. So initials, that is it. As with regard to the company that was given the works to do, this was an open tender, and Miliki Akeli got it. I don't have the details of the directorship of the same. Thank you.
So Miliki is doing how many of the tender, how many of these flagship projects that you know of?
In my department, just milk processing plant. Thank you.
What about the avocado?
Avocado is a pack house, and it was done by a different contractor.
Not Miliki?
No.
It's a different contractor.
I think the company is, it was done by Interbuild Engineering Limited.
Hmm?
Yeah, a different company.
What about this one of fresh produce?
I think that's not in our department.
That one is in administration.
Yes.
So,
but it
Chair.
is the same contractor. I think so.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay.
Sometimes, okay, sorry.
Maybe through the chair, can the documents of this Miliki be furnished to the Honorable House?
Waziri?
The document that you wish to have, I'm very sure we can get them.
Could you also clarify, was it, did Miliki take all the phases?
For the...
You talked about phases.
Yes.
Yes. So it took all the phases?
For the phase 1? Huh? Civil works. Remember, equipment was different.
So I'm asking, you have how many phases?
3 phases.
How many times have you tendered for works?
Remember, this was multi-year project work, and they have done it for the 3 phases.
So once you tendered, you never tendered again?
For the same, because it was a multi-phase project. And there's a method for that in procurement. That can be answered by the procurement team.
No, I didn't ask whether there was a method or not.
Yes.
What I was following from you,
yes,
earlier on, you said, initially there was only one thing you wanted to do. And that's what you did. Just
remember,
hold on, witness.
Yes.
That's what you did.
Yes.
And you did it at that level. Then the World Bank comes along, you are like, okay, well, why don't we become bigger? So whenever you decided to grow bigger and bigger, you grew with those people. You never tendered again.
Remember, we had tendered for multi-year for the equipment. And therefore, we could not, we were just going in phases for the same supplier. And that is what we did. Actually, what the contractor, the supplier bid was for it. That's why I've said we've never had any variation on the equipment with that case. So it was one contractor, it's one supplier in that case, and it was one contract.
That's actually very interesting. So you said you tendered works for what and what?
No, we
originally?
Equipment and the structure, the civil works.
And Miliki took civil works?
Yes.
Who took the equipment?
The equipment was called Alpis.
Were they supposed to supply immediately?
Of course, it was to be in phases.
I asked, were they supposed to supply immediately?
Oh, not all the equipment, because we did not have the funds and the budget for the same.
Like, for instance, now, Miliki was supposed to, you brought them on board at the same time.
Remember, we tendered the 2 separately. For the equipment separate and for the structure separate. Civil works was separate.
So did the civil works change?
Civil works, within the scope of that work, remember, we had an original structure for only a small work. So the structure, what we had decided...
So what happened to the civil work of the second phase and third phase?
What was to happen was we were to do a one structure, so that even as you do the phase of the equipment, you don't need to change the structure. So the original design of the structure remained the same.
I need some clarification there. You've said this project was initially a small project.
Yes.
And you tendered.
Yes.
From the small project, automatically civil works was going to change.
Yes.
What was the variance?
We had envisaged to do it in phases because we had only a budget of 20 million. The following year, based on the designs, because remember that we had architectural designs, what was to happen, of course, was depending with the phase that you'll be dealing with. Like I would give you an example, we had not envisaged the size of ETP that we needed at that time. It came in later in phase 3. So what happened is that the design at that time determined the pricing at that time for the same. Because remember, this is a project that was
in this first phase, what was the variation? Because it has
There were no variation because you're doing new works. You'd only tender, you tender the scope of work to that extent.
So, Honorable Chair, could the Waziri tell us, this is a very emotive project, Chair, I hope you understand that. What was then the original sum that you thought about? before you embarked on before when the farmers came and they talked to the governor and they looked at the manifesto and all that, what was the figure that was in your mind?
As I've said,
and it was in whose mind, by the way, that figure?
Remember this.
I think it's important to know who was thinking about this figure and how much was it?
Here are farmers requesting. In fact, they had requested for 100 million from the government, right? That time, but you see, you just make a request and say we are requesting for 100 million. The question is that you now subject the whole thing into
okay,
the design.
just hold on. So the farmers requested for how much?
I think then they just requested that we needed a milk processing plant.
And what did the government think? In that original plan, how much?
I cannot tell because I was not then the CEC for agriculture. Remember that was 2017-18. I was still in trade. So
you are a CEC at least.
For trade, yes. What I'm saying, yes, but what I'm saying is this. It was based on what was available then in the budget.
So
while the project was envisaged to even go up to the third phase, we agreed that phase one will do extended shelf life milk and fresh milk, pasteurized milk. Then phase two, you go to yogurt and the other packaging. Then phase three was actually to do now specialized products like
so that we don't take forever. So that we don't take forever, Chairman. Yes. Allow me to ask this other question. So now, are you saying that this plan, when the farmers came, did you decide to take over the project so that it becomes a government project, or you still thought you were just helping the farmers?
Remember, this was fully now initially funded by the government. And we were doing it jointly.
Yeah, that's why I want to understand.
Jointly with the farmers.
So it was supposed to be for farmers or for the government?
It was for farmers from the world.
But you are thinking about having quite a number of phases for the farmers?
That was the thinking of the farmers. Remember, we had
the farmers.
We had a union that approached the government. Yeah.
Honorable Trufosa.
Chair. Chair, we need to move. We don't want to tell on only one question for such a longer time.
Ask the question, Honorable Trufosa.
Yes, I wanted to say that before I ask my question. My question is, Chair, is about the procurement issues for avocado back house. And this one goes directly to the CC. Honorable CC, what was the contract sum for the project to completion? Next, what are the main components of the project funded by the said amount? What is the status of the project as at now? Fourth, were there any variations done to the project? Lastly, is there value for money in the project? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. About the Avocado Aggregation Center, this project had been originally designed to be a pack house, but due to the scaling down through the proposal of the World Bank, we downgraded the structure to aggregation center. And it has a room to be upgraded now to be a pack house. A pack house requires an equipment that can pack the avocado. The reason was because the level of investment that the farmers needed then was to just have an aggregation center, and also was informed by the budgetary allocation by the World Bank. The project was contract sum was 49,526,099. And the project has been completed. We are in the process of commissioning it, so I think this week, in fact, testing is supposed to be done. We had a delay by the KPLC. The contractor has been paid, and he still has a balance of 4.599870 to once the project is commissioned and the cooling structure, the cooling system has been tested and everything else has been tested, we'll be able to sort out the contractor. So what we are saying is that as to the value of the money, we have seen the Avocado cooperative, and this is one of the most organized cooperative that made a proposal originally. They were CIG, they became a cooperative, we supported them. They have now been able to even get their export certificate. I mean, to export their own avocado. They are already aggregating. They have been selling their avocado. And I think according to the estimate last year, as per the AFA, they have reached to the tune of almost 1 billion in terms of the avocado they have been able to mobilize and sell on behalf of the farmers. So I would say there's value for money already in this because farmers are already even organizing themselves. And I would say, Chair, this cooperative is already even doing their own extension support for the farmers without even us. They have even gone ahead to even approach other partners to work with them. And we are seeing a brighter future working with this kind of a cooperative. Thank you. We probably said you will notice that in the budget that came to this house, we had requested 5 million to fix the retaining wall, which was not captured in the original project design. I mean, because of the runoff, and also to do the culvert, the box culvert, and even so that when you are entering that place, because it was a bit steep, to make sure that it's possible for the lorries to enter and exit the place. So we had a project, I mean, some works that we did, and I think the budget that came to this house was 5 million that was approved by this house. Thank you.
Now, on the contract term, were there any variation?
No variation.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
My question on this flagship project, that is the pack house, is the appropriateness of the location, because it is placed on the farthest end of Nandi. And you would anticipate that somebody growing, because this is a Nandi thing, somebody doing the growing of avocados, or a cooperative, say in Kapsengere, for instance, bringing their produce, taking their produce all the way to Lesos, was that the best place to, in as far as the location is concerned?
Thank you. Chair, as to the location of the project, they were determined by several factors. One is that, and I remember this, we even involved the members from this house to help us identify the location. Because you need also to have land. Until we had a small group, it was actually a CIG group of farmers from Lesos who told us, and actually it was through the member of this house who said that we have some group of farmers who are saying they have land and they have been doing horticulture. So it was in line with what we wanted to do. We visited the site, and I remember I was accompanied by the members of this house, including my CEO, who was then the member. We visited several parcels of land. Why Lesos also is because that is exit, because you'd want to arrive in Nairobi. If you're getting a farmer from Kapsengere or from Tindiret or from Masop, probably when it arrived at that place, I mean, when we got the land, first of all, the factor there was critically about land. And we wanted to balance projects, of course, in the county also. We wanted to make sure that. So location is quite appropriate for me, because exit, you just get to the highway, some few minutes, you are in your highway going to Nairobi. So if it's a container and it's on the way, touching the tarmac, so even if you are going to Nairobi, you notice that is quite appropriate. The other thing was that this was a land owned fully by farmers. So it was even easy for us to complete the proposal and get the approvals from the bank to support the farmers. So it gave us a very short, and actually what we did was to bring together the farmers who are doing horticulture in Lesos and our farmers who are spread across the county to agree together to work as an avocado cooperative. And they agreed to join, and they gave the land as their shareholding or share contribution.
Chair, I have a question. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Tadbi.
Yeah, maybe this is to Waziri. At the moment, the project is not complete. and it's not operational. Is that the true position?
Yeah, because we yet to, the issue was the delay in the electricity, as I have said.
Yeah, maybe my concern is when we were there, farmers were complaining that we bought them a lorry, but at the moment the lorry is being used and the factory is not complete. So by the time you hand over the factory, will that lorry be in working condition? Or what? How is how the lorry is being?
The lorry will actually sort out the issue that the member from Kaptumo Kaboy mentioned. How do you make sure that you can aggregate the produce to that site?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Wasiri.
But at the moment,
the lorry is in the field working.
It's helping the farmers to transport them to Nairobi. In fact, they have cut the cost. Originally, the exporter used to send the lorry to collect avocado. But as at now, farmers are able to aggregate their own produce and transport them to Nairobi.
So that lorry is making some money?
Yes, of course it saves the money for the farmer and also the cooperative to run. Remember, the cooperative is now running extension services. They're even doing the seedlings for the farmers, and they are audited.
But now, Asiri, these are the same farmers who are complaining to us that the lorry was bought. They are not aware even the lorry, where the lorry is. They have not been involved in any way. So we are wondering who is this using the lorry, if the same farmers are the ones complaining.
Depends which farmer if the farmer is not registered as a shareholder and as a member in a cooperative, they could be complaining out there. And that's why we're encouraging farmers, join the cooperative, so that you have an opportunity to attend the AGM and you determine also who is the official in
But Chair, if the figures can be projected, we met the farmers inside the pack house. And it was the same farmers who are complaining that we were told a lorry was bought, we have never seen. We thought the lorry could be...
Can we have the projection?
Chair, as you order for projection, there is also a very important aspect, because it happened we were with Honorable Mospey and some of that we visited the place. Now, with the value of the said 5 million, we would want the ICT team also to project the type of work that it was done, because we are aware as you the entrance and the culvert was put for 900. Some bit of I don't know what was it to be fixed, and that was a different contractor. We would want to know also who was that contractor and the type of work that he did there. Maybe before, so that we can project and get the real picture of that place. Let us, through the chair, can the same be also projected for the works that we budgeted for 5 million?
So I still wanted a clear clarification now, because the lorry was bought for aggregation, meaning to ferry maybe the avocado from Serem to the back house. But now, as it is telling us, the lorry is now ferrying the avocado to Nairobi on behalf of...
Because the structure is not yet operational, so, and farmers have been working with exporters. So before, when we started with some exporters, they used to send their lorry to collect avocado from the farms. But today, farmers are able to aggregate at the farm level, and directly the lorry goes to Nairobi. But until that time, when the pack house will be ready, we envisage that farmers may not transport all of them at once. Once you have a pack house, you actually come with a container. If it's 20-foot or 40-foot container, you store the avocado. Once you have 40 tons or 20 tons, you fill the container, and it goes directly to KPA in Mombasa for export. So you don't need to, again, go and package it in Nairobi, as at now.
The ICT, can we have the projection, please? This is the 5 million amount budgeted for. The honorable members.
As you can see, those were some of the farmers who are complaining.
Can we go back to the projection at the gate, please? So what was the scope of work for the 5 million? Do we have the BQ, please?
Yes, we have the PQ. And
can the engineer explain the scope of work?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. The scope of work was to build a retaining wall, to build a culvert.
Where is the retaining wall there?
It is not yet complete. It has been started and it's not yet complete. It's not even been paid. A certificate has not been issued. An inspection has not been done. It's only supervision that has been done.
So what was the scope of work?
Construction of a retaining wall, construction of a culvert, construction of acceleration and deceleration lanes, and the construction of a powerhouse.
Honorable Chair, we were told it is a box culvert. Can the ICD show project? We want to see the box culvert because maybe it is not even the box culvert.
Honorable Chair, I am the one whom I am among the team that made the bill of quantities. Whoever said it was a box culvert, I don't know where they got their facts from.
Yeah, if
it was a pipe culvert.
Yeah, let them calm down, my brother engineer. Yes. You know, this is a team that this house mandated them to go to the field. Why can't you allow them project and then you respond? Don't be in a hurry to respond. We are not. Don't be in a defensive mood.
I stand corrected.
I thought I had
Chair.
I personally had
Chair.
Order, honorable.
Chair.
Let us have the projection first.
I think also to remind the engineer is that it is Waziri who said it is the box culvert.
I'm sorry because I'm not privy to the details, so it's the engineer who can give. So I'm sorry if I
all
said
right,
that.
all right.
If I might have said by mistake.
That is a pipe culvert.
Yes. Yes, that's
what is the diameter of that culvert?
I cannot.
Use some supervision.
Yes.
What is the diameter of that culvert?
It should be.
Engineer.
Yes.
You should reply because you've done some supervision.
600 millimeters.
And what is the length?
The length is 9 meters.
So the retaining wall is not yet done?
It is not yet complete.
Did the contractor left the site? Or
Honorable Chair, the contractor is still on site. We have not discharged the contract.
Maybe on that note, Chair, have they paid partial payment or what is the status of payment?
Honorable Chair, we have not paid a single cent.
Through the Chair, is it the same contractor who contracted the last one for the 5 million, or this is a different contract?
Honorable Chair, this is a different contract.
One engineer, are you aware that from the tarmac towards that culvert, water flows all the way to the main structures, to the next farmer? There's a lot of water flowing. When are you planning to have the retention wall? Now that the contractor is in the site, because we didn't see any retention wall so far. What was the last time you visited the place?
I was in the Avocado Park House, Honorable Chair, 1 week ago.
It is us. 1 week ago is this committee.
I was there.
Where is that retention wall? Can you show us? Because we don't see, we never found any retention wall. And you are saying it has already started.
Honorable Chair, look at the chain link. What is below the chain link is a retaining wall.
I mean towards the gate. You know, there is water flowing from the tarmac.
Is it a retaining wall or it is a waterway?
It is a retaining wall. That chain link was brought down and a retaining wall was constructed. Retaining wall is made differently from perimeter wall.
Engineer, what I'm talking about, directed to the gate from the tarmac. and there are cabros placed just after the gate, before that tunnel, that water tunnel. A lot of water is flowing from the main road. And we were told you had a plan to do a retention wall to prevent that water from getting into the gate towards the next farmer. Is there any plan of the same?
Yes, Honorable Chair, there is plan to continue doing the works and complete. Once the works are complete, Honorable Chair, we shall have mitigated the storm water that is going to the farm of the neighbor.
Were you aware?
Very aware.
Is it the same contractor that is going to do it?
Yes, the same contractor is going to do it. He has not completed works, so he will do it.
Is there any timeline? Did you add any?
What contract period?
Contract agreement. In the contract, was there any timeline for that specific contractor?
Honorable Chair, I don't know the exact timeline unless I look at the records.
You supervise, engineer, you supervise, and you must be knowing. Of course, there is a timeline for the contractor, and you are the supervisor on site, and you have no idea, so you can stay for the next 2 years, 3 years. Sure. I thought you are saying you are the engineer on site.
I have said, Honorable Chair, I am still supervising. I have not said I was only supervising. I still supervising until the works are complete, and I'm supervising. And on the contract period, I can check in the books.
To be specific,
Chair,
honorable members, let us be orderly. To be specific,
yes.
What is the duration of that contract?
I don't recall unless I look at the records.
Okay. Honorable Keter?
Yes, Chair, so that we wind up on, still I would want ICT to project that, the walling. So it means the chain link will be, I can see some chain link, yeah, yes, as we can see clearly, and we are supposed to protect alongside that place, which means the chain link which is there currently will be removed, and then the wall will be. Can you expose on that, the retention wall? How big will be the retention wall? And then tell us also about the other small house that you see around there. Is it part of scope of work for that contractor?
And I think
or that is a different
for better understanding for the honorable members, can you differentiate between a retaining wall and a perimeter wall so that you can?
Honorable Chair, that wall that you see there is a retaining wall. It is reinforced and there is steels. Many of the people call it D12, Y12, Y10. It has been incorporated into that retaining wall. And there is what we call a toe. Something under that will hold the wall from tipping over whenever we have storm water. Number two, what you see there is...
That is the height of the retaining wall, for better understanding. That is the final height of that retaining wall.
That is the final height, but the length is not yet complete. It will still progress.
Okay.
Forward, yes.
How many meters, Chair, to be specific? Because we are not engineers. Why, engineer, today you are not a truthful man. I don't know what has happened. No. Today there is something in a miss. When you are alone, you are speaking the truth. The last time. Today,
there is nothing.
You have been.
There is nothing in a miss. If I got time and I get the bill of quantities, I would even give you. I don't know if it is here. The documents are here. I will read and give it to you. I believe it was applied. Let me check.
I think through the chair.
Be done with that projection, please.
I think through the chair.
Yeah, Honorable Keter.
Yeah, he was just explaining on something that the retention wall, that is the height, but he was to tell us how far could it go the other side and what happens now at the entrance. Was it to be done capros or what? Because that place also it was somehow muddy, and they're telling us the constructor is still on the side. Maybe you, so that make us to understand more by giving
I think the
Honorable Chair, there is 450 square meters of gabro which will be placed. One of them is the acceleration and deceleration lane. and it incorporates even up to where the culvert is.
Honorable members,
450 square meters, which has not even been done
What is
now.
the issue, Honorable Bitok?
I don't know why you don't consider me to say something. So,
so it is your time.
I'm not against the witness. I'm not part of them. So I have about 2 questions to the engineer. This contractor, you mean any certificate has not been raised for payment up to that level?
Honorable Chair, no certificate has been issued. No request for inspection has been given.
Okay, maybe.
No single cent has been paid.
I'm still asking.
Honorable Bitok, let me guide so that we don't get confused.
Yes.
The certificate, the honorable member, if I can read his mind, is asking about the whole project of 49 million.
No. I'm asking for this one.
Oh, this one.
I'm asking for this one.
Okay.
Because any certificate has been raised starting from the foundation level to that level of roofing.
Honorable Chair, not a single certificate has been issued.
Do you work with public works?
We work with public works, and there is a specialist in the retaining wall. That's our structural works.
Then raising the certificate with the public works, there are some level that you start. Is immediately after foundation level, certificate is raised. Unless your engineering level with the public works is different. Otherwise, I understand and know with working with the public works, there must be a certificate to be raised. Immediately you do some works until that level. That level is far. So I think certificate has been raised and payment has been met.
Honorable Chair, it is not true that in every other level a certificate has to be raised. That's a fallacy.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
Is it contracting competitive for that contractor to work on the site?
Yes, it was competitive, and the value of works, I can tell you, is not 5 million. It's 4.7 around there. It's not 5 million.
Is there any relationship with the contractor and some county officials? Because some members raised some eyebrows concerning, is it what you call?
Honorable Chair, I know the person who is on site, and I have not asked them who his relatives is, and because I did not have a reason to ask them whether they have a relative in the county or not. I'm not sure whether they have relatives in the county or not.
Evaluation committee?
Yes, I was in the evaluation committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, what I'm saying, so Chair, I think even those members who accompanied us to the site, there were some issues to do with Nebosim concerning that tender. Maybe it will be left for the committee to follow up. Thank you.
Through the chair, let me also connect with what Honorable Tarbi has said. So when we were in the site, we had some members which we interacted with them, and they told us that the machinery used constructing that culvert and so forth was for the CEC. That is what we were told. So we don't know whether we had conflict of interest. Maybe the CEC can answer.
That's not true, Chair.
Okay, through the chair. Okay, they also told us that the man in charge who is doing supervision is a relative to the CEC.
Chair, not that I'm aware, but I would say that the person doing the work is probably from the same locality, and what we normally do is every work that is within a given locality, if it's RFQs, they try to get somebody from that locality. So that's it, Chair.
Maybe, Chair, why I'm worried, there is no contractor that can do such a work to that level and still is not paid. It is impossible.
Nobody has been paid. I think we have confirmed that, Chair. So
Honorable Chair, it is it is not very common in the county government of Nandi for interim certificates to be paid, to be raised for values under 5 million. I have handled so many, and we don't give interim certificates. We only give completion, just one payment, one invoice.
I think that is well understood.
Chairman.
Yes.
May I ask, when was the contract awarded? When was the tender awarded?
I don't recall. It must be around December.
Maybe the accounting officer, or what did you say you are called? You have told us accounting.
I think the best to be precise, we will provide a document containing award letters and all the rest.
So I'm just curious, Waziri. I also don't know who is working on it, but since I come from there, but I was just curious. When you are doing RFQs, how exactly do you pinpoint that that person comes from that area? Is it because maybe the company says PO Box or Lesos, or what? I was curious on that.
I think
I like it.
We've worked with also members in this house sometimes to try and look at how you empower even the youth from within localities.
No. You're deviating. Yeah. The issue is, was it a company? It's a company that bid for this.
Yes.
And it says, what company is it? Can you tell us, CEO?
The name is called Shakiso.
PO Box?
That's why I'm telling you, I'll give you the documents.
You are saying Shakiso, eh? PO Box where? Olosos, is it?
I don't have the details.
We can get the details. We can get the details, yeah.
You know, I'm just trying to see, and I really pray that it comes out to be Olosos so that you would be truthful. But otherwise, that sounds a bit cheeky. May I ask a different question? So when you started this pack house, at any point did you do a payment, a preliminary payment, and an advance payment? I'm talking now about the 49 point something. What? Yes or no? It doesn't have to be explained. We have not asked the engineer. I hope, engineer, you are not trying to venture into procurement issues.
No.
CEO?
I think he's the one raising certificate. So if he had not raised certificate, there's no way you could pay.
So the question is, I'm asking CEO.
Yeah.
You know you are the one who pays.
Yes.
Forget about certificates.
Yes.
Was there an advance payment?
I'm not
or it was the, by the way, let's be clear also, Chairman. In NARIGP, who is the accounting officer? Is it you or the accountant? For the case of NARIGP?
I'm the accounting officer.
Okay. So did you make any advance payment?
At the start of the project?
Yes.
I was not there.
Just when the person was onboarded?
I was.
Let the accountant, NARIGP. Collins.
Yes, Chair. No, we can't make an advance payment before work commences.
It was just a simple question. Did you do it?
No, we did.
Okay, a final question on this.
Does the law allow?
No, I'm not aware, but we have not done any advance payment whatsoever in my life.
On the mic, please, so that...
So, sorry, Chair, I've not met a case where I've done an advance payment.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, I have a similar question.
Yes.
So if this project was funded under NARIGP, the engineer on site told us there is still some money they still owe us. So how will that money be paid?
I think I responded to that, Chair, in the morning, that we have requested that we execute the remaining works through the SPA.
So now, Waziri, tell us about the ownership here. First of all, before we move any further, is it similar to NCC, to the Cabinet saga?
And Chair, protect me, because the member also is making some reference of a saga in this case of NCC. And if you allow me, I request that he withdraws, because it's unfair to the farmers who own the project and also to the county government that has.
I think the witness is becoming unnecessarily sensitive. Just
but
answer.
No. Chair, Honorable member, you have to withdraw that term saga.
Yeah.
Okay, I withdraw it.
You withdraw and apologize.
I'm sorry for using it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now tell us about
I want to feel comfortable also, Remember, I honor you so much. When we
Now
engage
just tell us
in
about the
simple way,
project.
I'm able to respond confidently when I feel also that I'm respected in my views. When it comes to the avocado, as I've said, and I think I mentioned that we have a farmer cooperative for avocado, and they fully own that project.
So
This project is for farmers, and
so
we are
it's,
not,
it is not a government project. Can you clarify that?
no, it's not. It's a farmer's project.
And they already are operating with 1 billion.
If you say 1 billion, what
You
I've said,
mentioned it. You are the one who mentioned it.
not the cooperative, I said the value chain, as it were.
Or you wanted to exaggerate?
No, no, no.
I hope you will not
really.
be uncomfortable with
And
that.
I think you never got me correctly. I've
How
said
much are they raising in the lorry, using the lorry and what have you? How much?
I cannot tell unless we get the information from them.
So you really would not mind, but you still want to pump government money. Even doing a culvert for people who have a lorry and they are taking avocados to Nairobi and other places. But you don't care about whether they have an income or not.
This was to support this project to be in operation.
So
I
the
think
question
we sought
is,
the approval of this house, and that was approved. So, Chair, we requested, and it was approved in this
we are
house
talking
in
here
the budget.
about limited government resources. You already have people in business.
And
Maybe
what is
maybe
wrong?
for-
What is wrong
maybe-
when farmers are
maybe-
in business?
maybe-
There's no
maybe
crime.
for guidance, Waziri, is the same 5 million on the works that has been explained by Honorable Olduboi. Is it the same funds from NARIC?
It was approved in this house, and the request was from the farmers that we sort out.
So
the
this
issues
is
that we have. Just like doing the road.
the county government money?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Chair, for information record, some of the officials who talked to us were really complaining that some of these projects, like the one being done, they are being sidelined. It's just they are being told we are doing this. Anything to do with more information, they are not involved. That's their wording they used.
Chair,
So
maybe I'll respond more often, and I think we even had the same reservations from the cooperative. They reached out to me on the same concerns, and we agreed with the NARIC team and with my team in the department that let's work step by step with the farmers. And I think we've embraced that spirit. We'll try to do as much as possible. Sometimes you may want to run, and probably they may feel left out in the process, but we admitted to that challenge that probably our team was running sometimes ahead of them, and sometimes they could not probably match with the speed.
Okay, honorable members, I wish we move to the next item.
maybe Chairman, before we move.
We still have Chair Boynet and we still have the poultry slaughterhouse here.
So may I just ask Chairman, do you still require, how much more do you require for this? Will you still be requesting for more funds from this house towards this this aggregation center? Yes.
As at now, as I said, we downgraded this. The original design, with the support of experts,
It's a simple
was
answer.
100 million. Okay?
Simple.
We'll still require, but they may not be from the county, but from the project. So if the cooperative will be able to work with us to do a good proposal, and as I've said, already we have even approached some other partners who may want even to fund ahead of the NAFCDP. And if they get those funds, they'll be able to do phase 2 of it ahead of time.
Okay, let us move to the next question on Jeboynet. Honorable Tolole.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Allow me pose this question to the CEC. I will give like 3 questions, then you give the answer. Who did the procurement process? Is it the Department of Agriculture or Administration? From the report provided, the factory is at 96% efficient. You will expound on this. Was the project completed using 60 million 18,462 shillings? We'll pose other questions. And remember, I know honorable members will interject in the course of answering these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Waziri. This project is funded through KDSP. And as a department, we actually implemented this, because I remember we defended this proposal in Naivasha with my team. And although the funds are domiciled in the administration department, we are the one who actually placed the proposal, even the designs, because we've been working with the farmers. This is also another unique project in terms of the land, because we had to look for a parcel of land all over in that location, and we arrived at that parcel that had been reserved for markets, and we followed the same process. The land still belongs to the county government, but the process is that we are leasing, even the facility from the KDSP, it's totally different. It is government facility, as opposed to the NARIGP, where the money is given to the farmers or to the community. In this case, the funding is given to the county government. And it is just the way you have the fresh produce market here. We still own you own the facility, the land and the facility, but you lease to the farmer cooperative to use, just like the way you have the traders using our markets here. And the design works, I think we've done 60 million, and we have some extra works, and I think we sought the approval of this house to support them do the road, to do the pollution block, and also some works that I think engineer will be able to tell the scope of the extra works. We sought this house approved us 10 million to do completion works around there. And the project is again at the verge of completion. We had also the same problem with the Kenya Power. There were delays with the meters. And I think with the contractor, in fact, contractor has been pushing us to really facilitate the Kenya Power to ensure that they connect the power. They have now installed the transformer. So we're waiting. I think they are delayed with the meters. And the contractor is now working on the LV board. And then we'll be able to commission this project also any time from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any variation on the project?
Okay.
There were no variations.
Okay.
So I heard you say, before I give, maybe Trufosa continues, I heard you say it is the farmers who are going to own this project, isn't it?
Yeah, they are running it, but the ownership of the whole thing in this case is fully for government, just like the way the markets is. So we are listening to them, and we have an agreement to that effect.
Who has the documents? Is it you or the farmers?
We have them.
Wasiri, was the community involved in the identification of the project?
Yes, they were, and they are the ones even who helped us to identify the parcel of land. We did not know the...
Do you have evidence to show that they were involved? Let's
Yes,
say, for example, the minutes.
We did public participation in that area, and also we were working closely with the union, which has a membership of about 173 primary cooperatives, and we worked with them closely. We've been working with them. We've now supported them. They registered a union. They have also registered a brokerage company to be able to trade directly in the market. Thank you.
Lastly, do you have evidence of procurement documents provided from the records supplied?
I think we should be able to access them because these works were done during the previous, I think should have been before this house came in place, so it was during the other time, but we can get them with the administration. Thank you.
So apart from these funds, Honorable Chair, do we have any other funds that have been injected to this project?
Yes, that's why I talked about 10 million that we funded through this approval of this house in the previous budget to complete the works there. The road, access road to that place. In fact, that place was fully inaccessible. But the road was done from the tarmac up to that place and the ablution block and some works there. The powerhouse and the...
Okay, through the chair. So my question also goes to Waziri. We are forgetting the potatoes. potatoes is one of the value chain. Could you please tell us where the farms for potatoes are located and where are the stores, and how much have been generated from those potato farms?
I think this is outside the flagship project, Chair. This is going to NARIGP now, I believe so. Yeah, so maybe you'll guide us. So do we switch to NARIGP so that, or we reserve that question, because I know it's a substantive question that the member has raised, or we finish the bonnet. Do you still?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe the team, you can project this bonnet so that we just look at how the place looks. And Waziri, could you tell us this maybe about the brokerage? Who are the owners of this?
The brokerage company is owned by the farmers, same as the union. Actually, membership of the brokerage are members from the union.
And they are going to be taking a commission. Who registered this?
The farmers registered themselves.
Was there an amount supposed to be paid during the registration
process?
Yes.
During of course, they were required.
Was there an amount? That's all I've asked.
Of course, we must have had some amount, even the cost of.
Who paid?
Remember, the union contribute. Before you become a member of the union, you contribute.
Did you pay?
Members pay.
Did you pay?
Sometimes I support the union.
Did you pay this? Did you pay the registration?
Not
for
registration,
brokerage.
Ourselves as a.
You.
Myself.
Yes.
It has been a long process.
Did you pay?
What I can say is that we've supported these farmers for a very long time.
Waziri, I've asked a simple question.
Unless you are very specific on what I paid for.
Okay, what have you paid for?
We've been supporting them, and even
you as a person.
Officers.
Yes, what have you paid for? Maybe you can supply us the documents.
I cannot recall anything that I paid directly.
Out of pocket? Or you pay using government money?
That's why I say I cannot recall of any payments I paid. We've been supporting farmers in different ways. Sometimes at the personal level, sometimes at the county level.
Like the brokerage, did you pay for it? The registration of brokerage? It's a simple question. I mean, you could just say yes or no.
The farmers must have paid. I can't recall. That's what I've said.
When was it registered? Were you involved?
We were involved in supporting them to register the brokerage.
Okay, now, so you say, was it a requirement? What was the requirement from this what did you call it? Yeah, what is the requirement? Because we interviewed farmers there, and to the best of their knowledge, and like what you're saying, that they are supposed to own it 100% according to them, but you have told them that the ownership structure will be 80-20. 80-20. Have you told them anything like that?
And I want to these members, I took a whole week in Nakuru with my team negotiating with the KDSP team on how they were going to fund this. Because for them,
I'm just talking about the ownership structure.
To arrive at that. How we negotiated is that this will be fully owned. It's on the government land. The structure, the equipment is fully owned by county government, but leased to the farmers' union, the coffee mill. They are operating it 100%.
So, is the government going to be getting anything, or you are just leasing the land or the equipment?
Yes, we're going to get some rental fee from them.
Okay, the reason why I was projecting that is to see, because you said you will be commissioning it and it will be running in a short while. When you look at it, you find that a number of things that are missing, and it is not well taken care of. Who is the contractor? For this one?
Shamim Engineering.
It was Shamim Engineering.
Who? So, how long has he been out of the site? Waziri,
From
answer.
last year, I think the challenge is that we had a delay. In fact, we had to get an intervention from the MD of Kenya Power. The
So he
delay
has been
was-
away from last year?
Yes, but he has been on
From
site.
last year, okay.
Not
from last
actively on site, but waiting. I can say that.
That's
even the
fine,
people
that's
manning the
okay,
place-
that's okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Who is taking care of this place?
The contractor is still manning the place.
I mean, okay, like right now when he's not there at all,
He has a
who is
security-
taking care of it?
He has employed a security person there.
Do you know whether that security person has been paid?
We received some complaints and we relayed that to the contractor, and he promised that he was sorting it out.
Have you ever taken time to check, considering that you are now saying this is government property?
Yes, we did. In fact, I visited there and my team.
When were you
visited.
last there?
I've been visiting. I can't recall, but I think it should be about 3 or 4 months ago.
So it should be clear to
I
you that
think,
they are not
Honorable Member,
the watchman,
let me
chairman,
give guidance here.
Watchman has not been
It is
paid for a
common
year.
knowledge that as long as the project has not been handed over to the government, it is in the possession, 100% possession of the contractor. So that one is common knowledge. As long as it has not been handed over, even if vandalism is done to that project, it will be upon the contractor to do the repairs. And I know there will be a final inspection on the same. So I think, let me indulge them on that.
You can just ask how much is outstanding then, in terms of payment.
It's around 2 million, 1 point something should it be. 2.1, yeah.
So you understand, Honorable Chairman, why taking care of that project is important? 2 million only is outstanding.
We appreciate that challenge. And
What is the retention? What about the retention money? We have
That
the
is the
retention.
amount,
No,
around
there is
2
no
million.
retention for that project.
Around 2 million.
I'm asking Waziri. Always retention. If that project is 60 million, it is always 10% of the contract sum. So, and that retention money will be advanced to the contractor once he hands over the project, and it has the what do you call, the liability period lapses. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct. And
Now,
let me react to it.
what about, do we have the retention account for that project? Bwana CEO? Bwana CEO?
Maybe the retention is just for equipment, but Zakaria can help on that.
No. That is an accounting aspect. It is not an implementation aspect. Do we have a retention account for that project?
We have 2 million, 2.1.
Why? And the project is 60 million. Retention is 10% of the contract sum, contractually. And can you open that document with you and read for us? Retention is, for such kind of projects, retention is 10%. Am I correct, the accountant, Narik? Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, you are correct.
Yes.
However, I think the engineer wants to explain something. I've let him, as to why it is less than the 10% of the total cost contractual.
No, I want the CEO to explain. He's the accounting person.
Correct.
I think the sum for the building was paid, all of them. What is remaining is for the supplies, if I'm not wrong.
And by the contract, was it one, the machines and the structure?
Yes, it was one.
So if that is the case, if there will be some kind of faultiness during operationalization of that project, and you have already advanced the contractor, you are only remaining with 2 million. Where will you get the extra funds to correct?
I think with the construction works, that was done and it was okay and it was confirmed by the engineers.
No, CEO, the question is, that was a one contract project.
Chair,
So,
even within the big queues, what I know is that the structure was coming to almost 40 million, while the equipment was around 20 million. So if you look at the amount remaining for the equipment, was for defect liability for the structure.
Chair, I thought you
already
say the
beyond.
contract was one. It was not split, right? So you cannot split for this case. If the contract
That's
was
what I'm
one.
saying. Probably that could have informed that.
But
amount.
ideally, the
But
contract.
now, let me clear. There is a term you are bringing in, the defect liability period. That
for the
period
structure. For the structure, not the
starts
equipment.
immediately after handing over. Is that correct? Engineer, the defects liability period, when does it start?
Okay, Your Honor, the defect liability period for a project.
When does it start?
Starts when the final certificate has been issued.
And that is actually final handing over has been done.
No, not true. The final certificate for the building was issued. We have an LSO for the machines and we have an LPO for the works.
Now, has the final certificate been issued?
For the building, yes.
And it has not been handed over? Has the building been handed over?
We issued the completion certificate for the building and the practical completion for the building. It was an LSO and an LPO, totaling both of them to 60 million. So, because the machines have not been commissioned, is why we are still holding the 2.1 million, that is 10% for the milling lines, which was costing approximately 21 million.
Point of information, Chair.
Yes.
Now, how much did the machine cost?
21 million.
21 million, and you are retaining 2.1 million.
Yes, that is 10%.
There's something that I don't understand. Whoever who installed the machines and who put up the structure, is it the same contractor?
Yes.
What was the agreement, contract agreement? Was it splitted? Let us agree on this. Is it one or splitted? That is where our conversation starts. Whether 21 million, whether 10% of 21 million is 2 million, or rather, if it is one agreement, should be 6 million. For this case, could you, Wasiri, you seem to know more on this. Was it one contract by one contractor, or the contract was split? And if it was split, then you know, let me not read the Procurement Act. Could you tell us on this?
I think what we've said is that this is a contractor who bidded for both to construct.
So the contract is one?
Yes, to construct and
contract agreement is one.
And equip.
Contract agreement is one.
Unless I need to know, because remember also the terms and conditions.
Engineer, is the contract agreement one?
I have said,
or split it.
And a contract was issued and an LSO for the machines was issued.
Leave alone the stories. I'm asking you a very simple question.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know that an LSO was issued for the machines of 21 million.
And what was the contract agreement?
And if it is produced, I will check the contents. But I know there is an LPO that was issued.
We can get the documents, Chair, to this house to check.
Honorable Chair, allow me just make a follow-up question on what Honorable Shangu had asked about the brokerage company. You've said it is the farmers who are going to finally own the brokerage company.
They own it even now, so it's not.
But they are saying they don't have the documents. We have a video somewhere. I think the ICT can project it. In whose custody are the documents for the brokerage?
Cooperatives respond.
No, the farmers talked about you. They never mentioned anybody.
Allow me to respond to
they
that.
talked about Waziri. That's
Chair, and I have officers working under me, and they were handling the documentations.
Chair, allow me to respond to that.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The union belongs to the farmers, and we held a meeting last year around May. We were proposing to them, Cooperative Bank sponsored that meeting. And the Cooperative Bank really wanted to empower the farmers to have their own brokerage firm so that they're able to sell their coffee on their own.
Without much explanation, in whose custody are the documents at the moment?
It is with the officials of the brokerage. I can confirm that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, even
can we have the video be played? I want to understand one thing that is actually maybe confusing. Waziri, if the contract was won, why is the engineer also saying there was an LSO issued? Why?
I think because we have equipment, it's a supply, and construction is a structure. So I believe you can say that.
No, but now, Waziri, before we were elected, we were contractors. And the moment you sign a contract, all that entails to that contract, the contractor is the one to execute. Right or wrong, engineer?
You are right.
So where did the issue of the LSO came in on this one?
You know, the specialist of LSO and LPO is procurement people. So if they issued an LPO, I have no authority to question why did you give an LPO and a contract. But they gave out an LPO for the machines.
Chair, I think so that we can rest the issue of Boynet, let us have all the documents to that effect on that facility.
Yes, Chair, will supply them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
okay. Chair, you see, the reason why we are hesitant is that whenever we are appropriating funds into this project, we are being told it is for Nandi people to benefit them. After we have done that, after we have appropriated the funds, now we discover that it is for individuals. In that case, Chair, I think next time, that's the note I want everyone to know, because when we were appropriating those funds, we never come across of any brokerage in between. And even the one in Cabinet, whenever we sensitize people, we normally telling them that this is you own it fully. Only to discover today that we have the owners of the said projects.
Chairman.
Honorable Chair, before you raise the case on Chebonet, may I ask Waziri, when are we expecting now farmers to mill their coffee in Chebonet? Is it?
Chair, allow me also make a follow-up question. On a number of projects, not only in this department, you've had the blame on Kenya Power. You know, occasionally, Chair, we even help our own residents as MCS to get connected to Kenya Power. So we are in the second project, and we are told it is the issue of Kenya Power. Waziri, the mighty government of Nandi, it becomes difficult for a project that has sunk millions to just be connected to electricity, as you answer what Honorable Lucy asked.
And before you answer, let me remind you, Honorable Waziri, you know coffee, we have very young farmers who've started coffee farming in this county of ours. They have a lot of expectation. So if we don't have this thing working, you know, we will not have these farmers getting a lot of hope in coffee. And you know, coffee is giving us a lot of money. It's giving farmers a lot of money. So we don't have to discourage these people on.
Thank you, Chair. I think I can proceed. Thank you. I will answer a few questions. I think with regard to Kenya Power, this is an industrial scale kind of connection that was needed. And I think they do not have the specific ratings of even the metering and even the transformer. Thank you. So, Chair, so I was saying that we had that delay. The first delay was on the transformer, the three-phase transformer that was needed with a specific KVA. The second one was the meter, and I think now we are finalizing on that. So it's actually on the contractor to now put the LV board and connect the power. That's what we were saying. We are really trying to push because we know our farmers are really waiting. In fact, Chair, it's very sad that during the last harvest, our farmers had to struggle because they were supposed to look for where to mill. The coffee mill in Eldoret was closed, so they had to go all the way to Kipkelion, some to even Ruiru and Thika. So we are hoping that this season they are going to use their own mill to mill here. And we are still encouraging, of course, there are still some primary cooperatives who have not joined the union. That's how they are going to benefit. So what we are saying is that we are encouraging every primary cooperative to join the union. That is the only way they will benefit from the union. Brokerage is not for an individual. It's only that directors from the union, some directors from the union actually registered the brokerage on behalf of the union. So it's owned by the union. It's one chain. You start from the farmer who joins the primary cooperative. The primary cooperatives joins the union registers a limited company, then they trade directly as a union in the market. And the people will be representing them are the same farmers who are just members of the union for the farmer cooperative.
Honorable Chair, before you shift from here, maybe you could just educate us a little bit, our understanding, who is a broker for the case of coffee?
Brokerage company is a marketing agency. In the past, you can even, you as an individual, register your own brokerage company and represent some farmers in the auction. So this is an agency that represents farmers during the trading at the auction.
So is it going to be solely representing Jebonet?
Yes, because it's owned by them. But if there's an individual farmer, for example, you are an estate farmer, and you want to go through the union, they can still represent you at the market. They are your marketing agency.
So this 1% commission, who does it go to?
It goes to it's for purposes of running, and I think it's within the Cooperatives Act.
Anyway, we will require details on that.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get it. I don't know whether they are public documents.
Yes, yes.
Clarify also on the question of ownership. We would like to see the ownership structured documents. What I can report, Honorable Chairman, because I was on the ground, is that the farmers are not aware about the ownership. And I would like just to tell you, they've said you've been taking them in circles. In fact, you've been avoiding them. But they have had to go all the way to Jebketemon one of the days to see His Excellency the Governor there to try and implore you to allow the mill to operate. Consider, and you're even talking about this season. They are saying the season is over. So the only way it's going to be is the next season. So there are many issues, and Chairman, you know, we are saying to this Waziri because, you know, if other than our own investigations, we would also like you to serve the county in an efficient manner.
Thank you.
Yeah, in a way that can show that you have some skills and what have you. So the ownership structure, you said, is 100% farmers?
Yes, the ownership of the union is 100% farmers. The ownership of the mill is 100% government.
But you said leased.
Leased to the farmers to operate. So
for how long?
Operating.
Yes. When you say lease, of course, when you lease something to me, I have full operation.
Yes.
Are you already thinking about how much you are leasing it at?
I think we captured. I'll give the agreement that we have.
Do you know how much is it? You are leasing it at?
I can't recall because this was done.
So you want to charge whereas the Nandi farmers are imagining that a mill is coming up for them, you are now into business.
It was a requirement and I think it's a minimal amount, just like the way we charge at the market, like you see.
So how much? How much? Because you are hands on.
I'll get you the agreement, and it's captured in.
And you signed between who and who?
Requirement.
Who and who?
I'll need to find out the details.
Okay, honorable members.
Between us and them.
And Waziri, just produce the agreement.
I will produce
Maybe
it.
I want to ask whether the county government of Nandi today have a share. The county.
The county government is the 100% owner of that mill. So it should go on record.
Yes.
That the mill belongs to the county government of Nandi.
Yes.
Farmers will only lease that facility to operationalize.
What about the shareholdings?
There's no shareholding because the union is fully owned by the primary cooperatives. But for the facility is fully owned by the county government. So we just lease it. So there's no question about the...
So
what do we get out of it now that we own it as a county?
What I wanted to say is this. This was conditional. For the support we were getting from the KDSP, it was conditional that it's unlike NARIGP. I said NARIGP is community-based. It gives to the farmers fully the money. But for the KDSP, it only supports the government, the county government. It does not support the farmers. In fact, KDSP consider farmers now as traders.
So there is no direct benefit to the county?
No, we benefit from the lease. So because we are leasing, just like the way you pay for the rent.
I mean in terms of monetary, or rather,
we have. That's what I'm saying.
Or revenue, let me call it, revenue.
We captured, that's what I'm saying, I need to get the agreement, because we captured a minimum amount, which we negotiated with the union, because we told them, for you to qualify to get this facility, we have to have this agreement. And therefore, we did this agreement so that it could facilitate us to get the funding. In return, we construct the facility fully for farmers to operate, but they still pay us something from the amount they are charging the farmers.
When are you projecting to operationalize?
Any minute, because the contractor has promised to deliver the LV, Kenya Power. I think they have supplied the meter already. Yes, because that was the only delay. So those two, I think, anytime we'll be starting commissioning, because we are also.
And on this, was there any like Kabiyet dairies? Was there any design?
Yeah, the design, architectural designs, not the master plan that I know you want to ask.
No master plan. Honorable Chairman, as we move away from here, may I ask, because we will not get this opportunity, and you know we are the representatives of the people, maybe they can hear from you. Are you saying when you commission it and hand it over, they would have to pay something?
Yes, because they charge a given
fee, they would have to pay something.
They pay us to the county, yes, they pay a fee to the county.
But you don't know the figure.
I need to
Is it 100,000?
We captured in the, no, it's a percentage.
That's unlike you not to know.
It's a percentage. No, I need to get it.
Percentage of what?
I'll get it, or I can guarantee you. I don't have the facts. It's been a long time.
No.
It's something we did 2022. So 2021, 2022.
Maybe for clarity, Waziri, you've mentioned of a percentage.
Yes.
A percentage of what now?
I think the turnover, because they are milling. If I'm not wrong, once you get the agreement I'll supply to this committee, it was a certain percentage of their turnover. So that if they mill 3,000 kilograms.
Read the agreement.
That's what I'm
Do
saying.
you have somebody else we can call? Maybe you can advise.
It's been a while. I need to fetch those documents. We have them.
You are the one who did it?
Yes, we did it as a department.
Are you the one who did the agreement?
Under my leadership, yes.
Okay, you also did with the CEO?
He was
Maybe
not-
the two CEOs?
He was not yet there.
So you did with who?
I'll get it. With my team, as I've said. I'll get
Honorable
the
members,
documents.
let us allow them. Let
If you had
us
asked
allow
me to
them
bring
to
that document, I would have brought it.
Bring that document.
But since they have not been bringing documents, Chairman.
My question, Honorable Chair, was not answered.
Come up again.
Yes. Asked Waziri, when are the farmers expecting to mill this, the coffee?
In fact, to our expectation, we wanted by this September. Hopefully, because we were hoping that No, I'm saying this October, yes, we were hoping. I said, now I'm saying September that sorry for my wordings, but I said the September that just ended. We had projected that because from the expectations of the Kenya Power and the other delays, those were our expectations. But it's unfortunate that there is still further delay. The contractor is telling us that it's taking time to get the LV board. They could not have gotten it because they needed also to get specification from the Kenya Power. They have gotten it, and I think they are now finishing the LV board. Then they'll connect the power.
So already Kenya Power has dropped power with a transformer?
Yes, even the transformer.
Okay.
Remember they had a challenge in the supplies.
Now, there was an issue raised by Honorable Tolole. Are you satisfied?
Yes, yes.
Maybe Honorable Mosby.
Yes, while we were on the ground, I've not heard Waziri mention something to do with the way bridge, which is a very critical component. And there is a reason as to why the farmers really were insisting, and even the area MCA was in. Yes, they were insisting on the
projects. What normally happens is that, because we are receiving funds that are coming in block figure, but then once you have the money, the World Bank will now require you to propose priority investments in terms of infrastructure. And I think one of them we have proposed is the one that the Coffee Union has requested, the Way Bridge, the storage facility, including even maybe a perimeter wall for security reasons, because now we are having a lot of issues with the theft of coffee, and even the security house, and we might even want to request the police, we could do a small police post there or whatever, just so that we have a security that is quite tight there. And we have proposed that. What the World Bank did, they sent the consultants, they were meeting with the farmers last week, or this week. I think it was this week or last week. So what they are doing is to support the farmers now. Farmers will be able to propose what they think is the scope of the work that they want done. Then we'll support them to do the proposal. The proposal will follow the due process for approval. So we are hoping that this will be
So
approved
as
by
it
the
is
World
now, Waziri, there is no allocation for the Way Bridge?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And if we get the funding from NAFCDP, we will.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
You see, if Waziri, if you proceed like that,
yes,
you will again land us in the same problem as Kabiyet. You've just said to this house that that project is 100% government owned.
Yes.
What business do farmers have to write proposals on how a government project is to be implemented? You see, and the trouble with this sort of thinking, Waziri, is this.
Yes.
You know, you are just very keen to have projects.
And I think
you are projectizing everything.
Mheshimiwa,
Why don't you sit back first of all and have a plan? Seriously.
Yes, I want to agree. You are raising valid concern. But
Organization of the same project.
Okay, we rest that one there.
It's fair for me, Chair. It will be fair for you to also give me a chance. That the member is wrong because this is not only at the departmental level projects. We have several other projects that we have operationalized. But remember also, within the resource constraints and project challenges in the implementation, we are faced with timelines and constraints. And I think it's not only in Nandi, but even at the national level and everywhere else, we have a challenge with resource flow. Had we gotten the resource flow as we were expecting, I'm telling you we could be operational already.
Okay, let us move to the poultry slaughterhouse.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Kindly, officers, tell us more about the status of the slaughterhouse, poultry slaughterhouse, and what was the budgeted amount, contract sum.
I think the CEO for cooperative she's in a better position to answer.
Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The slaughterhouse, NARIGP contributed 26 million, and the county government a counterpart fund of 3 million, coming to 29 million. And it's actually operational. It was handed over to the farmers. It's called Kochenge Cooperatives, and it is operational currently. Though they have a few challenges here and there on working capital, but it is operational.
And through the chair, who is this Kochenge? Tell us more about this Kochenge.
Kochenge is a poultry cooperative. It comprises, it's a union actually. It comprises several CIGs and vulnerable groups that rear chicken. Kochenge markets for them the end product. That is the chicken.
So through the chair, is this a project owned by the county government or the union, as you said?
Kochenge is a farmers cooperative. It was funded by NARIGP, and NARIGP funds used to fund only farmers. So county government only gave them a piece of land to construct the slaughterhouse, but it is fully owned by the farmers.
So the land belongs to the county, but the structure itself belongs to the farmers?
To the farmers. The piece of land was leased to the farmers, and that is where the construction
For how long?
was done.
What is the lease agreement?
It was 20
And in that, we also need documentation.
It was 20 years.
20 years.
Can get
Yes,
the
we will give you the documentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe
Chair, follow-up
supplementary question on that.
Yes.
These government-funded projects, at the end of the day, we are told these not belong to the county. It belongs to somebody else or the farmers. How does the county government benefit in terms of revenue, or even kindly expound, because
Thank you so much. For every chicken slaughtered, there's a fee that is charged. 5 shillings per chicken slaughtered. That is now the revenue we receive as a county government. There's a lease fee, but because it is a young cooperative, they haven't begun paying the lease fee, but when they catch up, they'll actually pay the lease fee.
When do you think they will catch up?
Okay, I've just used the word catch up, but what I meant
It's okay.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry, I'm not a techno-savvy person, but Kochenge Kochengei, the poultry cooperative was to support vulnerable groups, women and youth. So there's a waiver on the lease fee for 5 years. And it is envisaged that after 5 years, they'll have the cooperative will have broken even, and they'll be running in profits, and then they can be able to afford.
Is there a time frame in your agreement, lease agreement?
The lease agreement is 20 years, but it is waived for the first 5 years.
Okay.
Chair, on follow-up question again, maybe.
How much did you agree on that lease?
Allow me to go through the documents. I'll provide to the House actually, but there's an agreement to that effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was this project fully funded by NARIGP?
NARIGP funded 26 million, and there was a counterpart fund of 3 million from the county government. And then there was some equipment donated by the national government to the cooperative.
And maybe Chair, with the farmers, we are talking of the same farmers. And now when we talk about Kabiyet and DCU, you are telling us it is for farmers, nothing county will benefit from it. There is no lease agreement, nothing, everything is nothing. They're just saying it is for farmers and government and does not do any business. Kindly, I think you will borrow a leaf from the CEO, cooperative, so that.
Chair, I think I prosecuted that matter. Maybe the member had stepped out or was not following my line of argument. And I think I argued my position with
in fact, Mheshimiwa Bet, the issue of NDCU had been explained, and Waziri had indicated that on the arrangement on how the county government will get some revenue from it, is awaiting the modalities will be brought to this house for approval.
Chair, maybe a follow-up question.
Yeah, Honorable Keter.
A follow-up question. I'm only interested in two things. One is the modality you used to. How did you arrive at? Is it Kochengei cooperative among the many? That is one. Secondly, is is there a point whereby you involve this house for any of the improvement?
In addition also, there was one that we had proposed. Is this the same, this Kochengei slaughter, kitchen slaughter? We had one which was supposed to be in the Kapchorwa, Labuyo. Is it, are they the same? Or we still have one?
I think once the farmers selected the value chain, and I think if I'm not wrong, the Kochengei was a CIG of farmers.
Point about that, Chair. I think the matter was being prosecuted by the cooperative, the CEO cooperative. How does the witness?
Because I was there. She was not there yet. So
okay, Waziri, allow the CEO to respond to that. The
Chair,
issue is, how did you arrive at Kochengei? Yes, Kochengei.
Like I alluded before, Kochengei was like Waziri said, was a CIG. And when the poultry value chain was to be supported, we needed one of the that could touch everyone across the counties. So the CIG was encouraged to form the cooperative so that it can bring on board very many people, which they actually did. And currently, they did their first AGM.
Point of order, Honorable Chair. I want to direct my question to CEO. Was that the only cooperative among the others? We want to criteria. Which criteria did you use to select Kochengei?
There was no criteria. Just pardon me. it was a CIG. And when these poultry cooperatives were asked to form these poultry CIGs were asked to form a cooperative, they came together and formed one cooperative and wrote a proposal to NARIG to be funded with a slaughterhouse because they had a challenge with marketing. So that is why it was funded at the cooperative level, because we only have one cooperative for poultry in the county. But we have very many CIGs. The CIGs were encouraged to join the cooperative. So being one, there was no choice actually to make. We were just funding what was existing.
Now, the second question, was there any approval done by this County Assembly of Nandi? How about the same?
I'm not so sure, Chair. Maybe I could consult on that. Let me not answer to some. Sure.
Let us have the agriculture CEO answering to this question.
I think the best person who can do this is Jared, because they are the one who did the selection.
Actually, Chairman, maybe the CEO can answer because you are seated on this side.
And maybe inform the CEO he has a mic. I can see it's just disturbing the other. Okay.
Allow me to, I think to some extent the House participated because the overall budget of the not the counterpart funds, the conditional funds come to the House with the county budget.
No.
So to some extent, there was a participation of the...
Chair, I think, Chair, you should explain. We are not talking of the name or budget. There is difference between budget and the name Kochengei. Now, I'm asking about whether you involved the County Assembly of Nandi over all these leases for Kochengei. I'm not talking of the budget. I'm just asking whether there was you seek any approval over that, because you are aware we injected some money.
Yes, yes, Honorable Member. A sensitization forum was done with the County Assembly. And not only Kochengei project was discussed, but other funds to other projects were also discussed on the sensitization.
Honorable Member, Honorable Chairman,
session.
The witness is answering a different question. It was whether the County Assembly approved anything. You're talking about sensitization.
I am not sure, and that is why I said I could consult with Jared if actually it was brought to the House.
I think, Jared, how the project is designed is in such a way that the County Assembly approves the block budget, but the itemized budget or the activity budget.
No, not the point. You are missing the point completely. The issue here was the County Assembly involved in these issues to do with leases? That is the point of the Honorable Member.
In the land lease.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the same, because we've gotten...
Was the County Assembly. Now, there is an element of the public land that the facility has been built on. So, was the County Assembly involved in all this transaction? We are not talking about the funding.
Yeah, maybe, Chair.
Yes.
Because we involved the Department of Lands and the Fiscal Planning and our legal team in drafting that lease. Probably we can also supply the same document. I'm very sure because they were the one who did it. I cannot confirm, but hopefully I think it came to this House for approval, because I think almost all the lease requirements, because to the best of my knowledge, when I was in lands, it used to come to this House for approval.
Maybe the question is this lease registered?
That's why I'm saying I need to check, because we have the documentations. That's how we got the approval to fund this, the cooperative. So it's there, I'll check.
Okay, next question.
I have, so what is the capacity of this factory? What is it again? Is it a factory or a slaughterhouse? What's the capacity for it? Well, CEO.
It's supposed to
CEO.
Okay.
The optimum capacity is 500 per hour.
500 what?
Chicken. Poultry per hour.
Bad.
Yes.
Right now?
Today, currently, they have a challenge of because there is already slaughterhouse.
So,
they do have, on average in a week, they do around 1,000.
So let's Keben.
If you have 20 birds in Keben, what happens is that the corporate, mostly they slaughter broiler chicken and improved kienyeji, but the management have a person who visits the farmers just to check on the biosecurity features that you have in there.
I didn't know that you are talking about the beginning, so I have to start from
No
the
worries,
beginning.
no worries. They to check that their health is okay. They will slaughter it, and within they'll slaughter, market, and it is now 500 shillings.
Per piece.
Per piece. They
So
have
in
a
other words,
challenge.
I loan these people my birds.
You don't loan. It's just the modalities of the.
So if my bird were to die between somewhere around the Maki,
farm, it takes liability.
so that's the understanding.
Yes.
Know whether we are to talk about it, because is it a government project? I'm still with the cooperatives.
It's a cooperative affair.
So really we are not even there. Even the idea of even us telling our people do
Locality to rear chicken, because there's already market for that, and it will a better. They have a ready market for that case. It may not make sense.
Correct with the question that we had raised earlier. Remember the name was to be subscribed to county government. If it seems we are going to lose, if the project, if the cooperative runs down, see that one as a loss, because 20 years is not something. Maybe from next year now they will be doing 20 chickens.
Say we will be doing 20 chicken. Neither did I say we will be doing 1,000. They are doing 1,000 chicken in a month, so that they may get a market for their products. So when we say that it will die, cooperative, if it is existing.
No, Chair, so that I raised that case, I only
have understood that there is a market for their chicken, and they are
remitted to the county revenue.
I think, Honorable Member, we have a rate of 5 shillings per bird.
But
and now, if I'm not wrong, that is what you said. 1,000 per week. Per week is, she said per week.
Yes, I said 1,000 per week, but the capacity of that factory is 500.
5,000 per week. That is revenue to the county government.
I had something to say, Chair.
Yes.
I visited the place. They even sell, even there, the chicken and the legs. There is no waste the product. Yeah.
So who owns the factory?
Yes.
Now, if say tomorrow there was a breakdown, considering, you see, I assume that probably they are using a very small portion of it. If there was a breakdown, who?
About a month ago, their cold room broke down, and actually they repaired.
Anyway,
feed mill. Nandi need feed mill. Do you have any within this company?
They did not. It's a feed mill.
Yeah, let's. If you could give Charet, maybe, because
keep the rules,
so that you also get the right information. Otherwise, you are trying to force the CEO to give you.
Okay. But the proposal for Kochenge was about slaughtering, and the other one for Nandi Neat was about of a feed mill is a bit low. So we were not approved for, they would not access land in where they were. So those were the two challenges where we didn't fund the Nandi need.
So, okay, thanks. So you didn't...
Issues of even mobilization for themselves. So we funded them on inclusion. Support to all the funded supported cooperatives under the project.
All item to Jared.
Okay.
Jared.
Yes, Chair.
Was bought and the chair of that help buying and selling. But you'll tell me what happened actually. Hospital self-help group. And then one last...
To bring to an end the session, allow me to direct this question to Jared. Jared, how much did you fund the cooperative to help the farmers? That farmers receive fake potato seedlings. The cooperative.
Okay, let me start with the 25 for inclusion grants. And in the project, officially to manage the cooperative directly, it is called the enterprise. Ended up producing seed on 20s, which is a superior technology on project. So the project was, the 1 year period was where we were actively following them. And later on they recovered. There is always an up and down with cooperatives, but it's a successful project because they were able to produce seed and alleviate the seed situation. Now, the other issue of the fakes in quote seed were being supported or were sourcing the seed from ADC Molo, and it happened that it had been overstored, and we followed up. In fact, they were able to compensate the seed. Thank you.
Through the chair, so may I ask Jared, what is the name of this cooperative?
Okay, let me answer to the best of my knowledge. The Nandi Potato Cooperative Farmers Society, county, district headquarters in my time. So when it comes to the stores, yes, that is this is an office which we supported. For seed production, you need a large scale farm, and their proposal was, it was called the Value Chain Upgrading Matching Grant, and for the same family of potato because of the disease. So they had to look for a land which had never been planted to lease for them the land.
So, Jared?
Yes.
I don't think whether these people...
Your question, Honorable Vice Chair, if you allow me, this idea, this leasing, was it before funding or after?
Okay, maybe I can reply.
I'm asking the CEO. Anyway, Jared, help your boss.
This is a project. I cannot tell the details of it, but what I just want
to
say...
So you don't know, please just keep it. Let's have...
Mine, then you'll...
The one for Kapchanga?
Yeah.
CC motorbike. They have agreed to procure one. You said it disappeared, that report.
What in your records of Astra self-help information do you have about that group?
The only report I have here is that they were...
And fail me with the information tomorrow, because the motorbike... Thank you.
The question may be... oh, sorry.
Government. Yes, so we'll process that this week.
On what Honorable Member has asked, who that motorbike belongs to who?
It belongs to the group now, the CIG at the moment. Activity will have to liaise with the security apparatus.
That's why I'm asking you, why do you control any of those people? But anyway, my question is, yes. Chairman, we are on the potato.
And, it was before they were funded. They had convinced. They had even come up with in the proposal.
So the question: why were you giving that explanation about how they had to go and look? How did
No, the proposal is something very interactive. We have to support them technically. So when it came
are
to
you
the land,
suggesting that there was an insider job?
Normally, we have to see the technical soundness of their proposal because it is taken to the
That's fine,
committee.
but I mean, yes, it is okay.
Yes.
You have given somebody conditions.
Yes.
20 acres of land or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this question of the lease,
Yes.
you are involved in leasing it.
Okay, we were not involved. The issue is they just said they are going to lease the land, and
through
so
the chair, how long was the lease to be?
Okay, the whole project, the duration was 1 year. So it
was just 1 year?
It was 1 year.
Okay, honorable members.
But I think they leased for 2 years.
I wish to bring the session to an end.
And an amount of how much?
I don't remember the details until I see the
Honorable members.
But I think they leased for 2 years.
I wish to bring the session to an end. And I want to make the following directions. 1, Waziri and your team provide us documents pertaining Cheboynet mill. 2, and maybe before I make directions concerning Bowen, I want to give you an opportunity to respond on the issue of the 2 million money that was advanced to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is good you are giving me that chance to say. So what happens with NARIG, our budget is activity-based. So whenever we have an activity, we raise an interest. And in that interest, we indicate the number of officers who will be participating in that activity, plus the amounts they'll be receiving. So once that is done, we forward to CPC for approval. And then it is taken to the accountant for payment. So I think what we did, it was not exactly 2 million like the honorable member was saying. Those were around 7 activities, broken down into
the issue is, was the money advanced to your account?
Not to my account, to the account of the beneficiaries, the officers who are participating in the activities. But the narration, there has to be an impress holder. Just like the other day when we were in Nakuru for sensitization of our honorable members. So we had to raise an interest, and then the money was wired to their was it accounts or phone numbers? To their mobile numbers. So that is the standard procedure.
So
and
to these effects,
the interest holder will surrender the amount with the sign sheets and pay of the attendance sheet, yeah, and the payment forms.
Now, there is this allegation that when the beneficiaries are signing,
yes,
figures are not included there.
I think, honorable members, you can you can attest to it that even when we were in Nakuru, there were some figures indicated there. I think that is it.
No, you know, you might have feared the honorable members.
Not
what
really.
about the other people, laymen?
Not really. Actually, we are required to disclose. And I think any of the activities I've done, before any payment is done, we disclose to the participants.
Now, there is no money that have been advanced into your account for the entire period that NARIC was running.
I don't think there is such an amount.
Now I want to direct.
And I'm not the only interest holder. I think for...
Who is the other interest holder?
That has been a standard procedure. Every member of the CPCU, when they want to do an activity,
now
is an interest.
That is...
Honorable Chair, can I interject something?
For example, when we are paying farmers for the SLM sites in the last one, in Tindiret or Ngatipkom, there is an officer by the name Paro who takes the impress that he gathers that these people have worked in these sites and they are going to be paid, for example, 200,000. So, but Caro is not 200,000. The farmers are going to give these monies in their phones, M-Pesa. But we have to ensure that these monies are someone that these monies are going to be paid to these farmers and they have done this activity. These are the schedules and these are the signed schedules and for payments and
How is the money advanced through M-Pesa?
I upload it. There is we upload. It is uploaded. The bank provides that we upload. You pull, so the bank actually deducts some fee. That's why if you sign for 500 shillings, you will not receive. You'll deduct something like around, is it 30 shillings or 30 something? So you receive 500 less action charges.
Now, there is this figure of 1 billion 70. The money that, if I'm not wrong, it has gone through your hands, 821 and 33 cents.
For the project, for the NARIGP project?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
The whole total sum?
Yes.
It has gone through you?
Yes.
What I want to say.
Honorable Chair, there is an activity for each component. I am heading the County Agricultural Infrastructure Officer. It falls under County Agricultural Infrastructure Officer. I am the impressed holder. I am the one who will be used to facilitate the activity. I am the one who will bring back. So when I hold an activity, I'll make sure the people who are there signs.
So maybe with the witnesses, Chairman.
Maybe one thing that I wanted Waziri to clarify. You said earlier that the NARIGP team are seconded to the World Bank. So where do you draw your salary?
The county pays us salary.
The financing agreement, that's what we committed as a county government, that we are seconding staff and we'll be paying them salaries. As part of the contribution, part contribution by the county government is to pay their salaries while they're there at the project. And it's a standard practice for most projects.
So maybe you will provide us with your statements.
Personal statement or the project statement?
Personal.
Personal.
For all the staff or individual?
The three of you.
Okay.
And including M-Pesa. Is that okay? Latest tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then, Collins, we have an issue on your documents pertaining how you are recruited. You will also surrender those documents by tomorrow 10 a.m.
I will provide.
I think that is what we need from you. And finally, the NARIGP statement. And I've read the Powers and Privileges Act 2017. And this act, if you violate, it will be enforced against you.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
As you are giving direction, I think you should be, as a matter of fairness, you have said three officials. I think we have coordinator Charet, and that is where the point of contention is. I think you should also include him in the list of surrendering everything, including his...
Starting from the engineer there.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Today, you may have realized that I was in a somber mood. One of the people I work with, a CPCU member in NARIGP, lost his wife yesterday. Maki Prono is a very close friend of mine. And in the night, at 10 in the night, I received information that he lost his wife. So I'm not in my usual self. So that is number one. Number two, I would like to request the indulgence of this House that if it is possible, the Kamasia project was one of the best thought out projects. If it is possible, the person who is responsible, you can talk to the family that hosts the land, if they can be able to give us the rights to use this land so that we can request for the monies to implement that project. According to me, it was one of the best implemented projects. Number three, as we speak, the implementation of NARIGP now is almost in jeopardy. The ward agricultural officers, at least 15 of them were affected by the purge that happened some 2 months ago. I would wish that if there is anything that the assembly or the ad hoc can intervene so that we can have the regularization or the hiring. But according to me, I would wish that the approximately 15 WOWs which are affected be brought back. They understand, they have been in touch with the project for a long time. Thank you very much. Those are my closing remarks.
Thank you. Bowen?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll reiterate what my colleague has said on the issue of ward agricultural officers. This has really affected the project implementation. And moving forward, because we are not certain when we are likely to have them back, it will impede implementation of this project if an intervention will not be done. So maybe you can consider that and assist us in doing that. And then number two, I think like my CPC alluded, the issue of bank statements, personal bank statements, which you've ruled, I would have requested that maybe we provide the project statement instead. Thank you for that.
I think I talked and I think I'm not in the mood to talk again. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Chair, I wanted us to be very clear about the funding of this NARIGP project. In short, out of this 1.1 billion, there is 300 million that went to NCC, 222 that went to to the communities, that's 500 million. There is also around 200 million that went to the cooperatives. So it would be a share blame. If, for example, I'm being asked something about a CDDC that I'm not aware, that was in, for example, Kemeloi Maraba, and there were signatories there, let's share the blame. If there are signatories there, let them have the blame. You know, it's so unfair for me to have a blame over ward in Kipkaren, for example. There are also officers within us, among the 9, that were also part of, and they are famous. For the 3 of us to be prosecuted just like that, I see it is unfair. And when we are told, when you had told us,
hold on, Collins. Who have prosecuted?
No, you know, I was trying to look at, for example, I was asked my ID number. I don't know the reason why they asked for me. You just told me, give me the ID number. You know, it was so unfair. It was broadcasted. It's very unfair. You didn't give me a reason. Probably if I knew you were checking, if I was among that list that was circulating, you know, at times.
Why are you worried?
I'm not worried.
So why?
I'm expressing my issue because I shared my information, my personal information, to the public. You understand that? And then you don't give me a reason for that. It's a bit unfair. I think that is
Chair,
my few remarks. Thank you.
With all due respect, I know you've closed. My good friend Collins, you were informed that you are in the list number 215 of the purged. You were informed the reason as to why, and they wanted to confirm your details. Is there any problem?
But I would have passed, and then you confirm. He says that we have.
You don't with the indulgence of the chair. You don't direct the chair what to do. Be informed.
Maybe Chairman, this witness can also tell us. By any chance, are you related to the governor in any way?
No, I'm not related.
Do you have any relationship?
No. No, I'm not related. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, the committee, for the opportunity to clarify on issues cooperative. And we look forward to the report that will come out of the committee. We hope that it will be for the betterment of the people of Nandi. Thank you.
Thank you. I also appreciate the committee for giving us opportunity to clarify on most of the issues touching our people. Secondly, it's about the provision of the documents pertaining to Japanese. Procurement documents are basically in administration. I will get them from administration. Maybe my request, especially on personal statements, to compel my staff. Maybe I request through the chair that you write a letter to each and every staff, maybe through the clerk to this committee, so that it can compel them provide the statements. And then for the others, we'll comply by tomorrow at 10. We'll try as much as possible to provide all the documents. For NARIGP statement, we'll go back to the bank, and then they'll give us any other response, if not the statement.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, your Vice Chair, and the committee members of this ad hoc committee. It's been a whole day, and I think my team are also quite tired. Probably they are not used to sitting down the whole day. And what I know is that this is a very good opportunity for the people of Nandi, because you're also doing your work to exercise oversight and to engage with us so that we can also provide information. I know the time was too short for us to even give more detailed and probably better view of the projects. What I would want to say is that we've done our best. We've been doing our best. We'll continue doing our best as a department. We've had our own challenges in terms of staffing. We've had, like I would say, the staff establishment for agriculture we have about 570, the staff that I need to be able to work optimally and efficiently. But the challenge is that I have less than 300 staff. So that means it's still a challenge. Despite that, we've actually done so much. I want to appreciate also the indulgence of this committee on our flagship projects. And I appreciate that you took your time to visit each and every project, try to understand. I can tell you that some of the things myself, it's been a tall order sometimes, because you are bestowed a responsibility, and sometimes you are boxed in a situation that you are not able to come out of it. But what I would say is that we've always withered the storm. We've come out. NARIGP was ranked for Nandi number 2. We were ranked position number 2. Courtesy of a lot of understanding and engagement, we appreciate the team that worked behind the project. We might not have been 100% successful, but I could tell you, out of 795, about 20 groups had a challenge. So if you look at the failure rate, it's around just less than 2%, about 3%. Yes, and I think as I've mentioned this to a committee before, before a committee of agriculture last year, and I was explaining to them, we had a lot of challenges in NARIGP. So what I was saying is that, and you see, Chair, when also a member does not listen, then later on ask questions when it becomes a challenge. What I wanted to say that we had challenges with NARIGP, the way it was designed, even at the national level. By the time we battled it until we were given an opportunity as I get distracted, Chair, I don't know.
Order, honorable members, please.
So what I was saying is that this project even went to devolution first. And they were told, no, this is an agriculture thing, so take it to agriculture at the national level. So we've received it, and we want to say that I was lucky to have been part of the people that we challenged even the design of NARIGP, the way it was. We told them, doing group grants and what have you, you have no overview. As a county, as a group that has been registered by social services, they are running independently. You have no oversight over it. And that is why under NAFCDP, they have actually changed the design. It is now cooperative based, which is SACCO. So there's no individual funding of the. One other thing that I want to appreciate also with the project is that they listened. We had an engagement with you as a county assembly. We've taken your feedback, and like I remember, some members requested that we do more SLM projects, spring protection, water projects, and we've told them, Nandi, we may not need a lot of irrigation projects. Nandi is quite different. We have a lot of rainfall. We can think of different projects. And I think that came out from the membership here. When we consulted with you, we've taken that feedback to them. We've consulted them, and they're telling us they're coming to still listen to you as the members of county assembly so that we can come up with better solutions for our communities through this project. What I could say is that this project may not be perfect. It comes with conditions. Remember, this is a project that is designed for 21 counties. All the 21 counties must implement with the same outcomes, the same objectives, yet we're working differently with different conditions. Despite all those conditions that restrict us from flexibility, we've always endeavored to console this house. And I remember even I was the one, when I had a challenge working with this house, I requested them that they need to factor in a budget to facilitate consultation, continuous consultation with the county assembly, because they had only provided for one-off consultation at the beginning of the project. So you can imagine, you never consulted assembly for the 5 years. But I want to say that we've had an opportunity to work with you, and we'll continue working with you. Our shortcomings, despite, look also at the good side of it. The successful projects, the flagship projects, despite their challenges, I can say that already it has gained traction for our farmers, and in a due course, you might not see the fruits now. But all devolved units have a challenge of getting disbursements. Like you can see right now, we don't have a law to even help us disperse the funds. We don't know when we are getting for this financial year. So, and I think, Chair, while you'll be retiring to write the report, and as you've also scrutinized and seen also some of our loopholes and failures, you also look at the good side of it that this team has put up, including our farmers who have done so much. Some farmer groups have collapsed, but a good number of them are alive and doing a lot of good work. And some even have graduated into cooperatives. And we thank God for that. Thank you, and we appreciate for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I will also direct the CEO. You will leave with the Secretariat the details of the 9 members so that they will be served tomorrow morning with letters to that effect. So before you leave the premises of the County Assembly, You will leave the details of the 9 members with the secretariat so that we shall make sure that they receive the letters to that effect. Maybe on behalf of the honorable members and on behalf of the committee, I will also like to express my appreciation for the engagement that we had together for the many hours. It is around how many hours? 7 hours. But finally, the main objective of this engagement is to make sure that we identify the weaknesses so that we improve the services to the people of Nandi. So I'm very much grateful as the chairman of this committee. More so, before we retreat to make the report, in case we would like some, some information, we shall communicate and you will also reply to that effect. Otherwise, thank you very much. May I now request the sergeant to usher the team out. Okay, honorable members, I would like to call for a proposer and a seconder so that we can adjourn the session.
I, Honorable Josephat Kiptabet, to propose for the adjournment.
I to Fosa to second.
Thank you, honorable members. The session stands adjourned until tomorrow 11.